We're going to start probably right about here. All right, everyone. You ready for a new game plus? All right. Here we... Oh, let me get my start ready. You can see my mouse a little bit. Here we go. Nope, start. Okay, that's fine. We'll add a second or so. Skip this. I'm already blowing that. Very cool. Okay. All right. So, the speedrunning category. I'll start to explain this. Yeah. There'll be a little bit of chat too. I know a lot of speedrunners do not have their chats enabled, but I figured this game is limited enough on its action to where I could sort of talk and do both at the same time. So I'll try to be somewhat entertaining as well. Okay, missed that already. So we need to talk to all the characters, just like Danganronpa. So New Game Plus, oh, that was actually good because these two talk at the same time, is basically you've already completed some of the routes, so all the characters are theoretically as powered up as you want or need, and you have stuff invested. A couple other differences I'll explain along the way, but New Game Plus is the easiest. Yes. This particular crap. This, on New Game Plus, you basically skip day 0, which you actually saw a little bit of. It was just the one cutscene that I skipped a little bit. I've got a set of notes next to me, which is basically so I know what all the inputs are. I've gone through, I've watched all the speedrun, I've watched a speedrun of any percent, so I know where everything happens when I need to skip through the dialogue versus skip cutscene, what to do for the battles, as much as I could. For the battles, what I did was I watched the New Game Plus percentage speed run of that and just sort of copied the leaderboard of that, which I kind of wanted to give a shout out to the people who are speedrunning this. The any percent leader of this category is some guy named Any Color, who's got 424. That is the time to beat. I don't know if that's going to be possible or not. I don't know how much slower the Switch is compared to PC. I am playing on Switch. And it's just like, whatever. I think all my New Game Plus percentages might just be on Switch. Switch percent, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, if I could get the world record for the Switch, which I believe is 458, something like that, then I'd be happy enough with that. If it does turn out to be substantially slower than the PC, I might do PC for the rest of them. I might just buy the game again. So New Game Plus, there's basically, it's eliminated any need for resource management. You already have everything you need to do, which means the exploration segments is basically avoid battling and I guess dying too, but avoid the battles. That would be a big time loss, which I believe a lot of the speedruns have some time loss there, because you do got to do a little bit of thinking about that. Which also means that it should theoretically be the fastest speedrun, even though the New Game Plus speedrun is about 30 minutes slower than the any percent. Talk to the door. We'll go left after this. It's 353 for any percent, by some Japanese guy called Union. Okay, so we're going to walk left and we're going to go up the stairs. I believe we need to do this again. Oh, we need to go all the way around. Okay. So my notes obviously aren't perfect. I will focus on the game. So if I start to just trail off, just know that's what it's all about. I'm thinking I'll probably do a New Game Plus run again. Just because I think this one will have a bunch of imperfections. You've seen a couple of them already. That's that. Okay. So I need to focus on the battles. The battles are probably the biggest places for optimization. So I'm going to go here. And there. Talk a little bit there. Straight into the T. So I've practiced some of these battles, but I haven't done some of the others. Just because I didn't have time. There's a lot of prep that I put into this, but I didn't have a lot of time to practice. You'll see there I ended the turn a little bit early. And I believe that is just to save time on movement. Let's see if I get this. So this is already a little bit different from my script, but that's okay. I think that was not ideal. I needed to save that, but that's okay. There are a lot of ways to make up for mistakes in battle. I noticed that in the New Game Plus speedrun I was running. I could tell there were parts where he was like one square off of where he was going. So this is technically the second battle. On the New Game Plus we skipped the introduction battle, so a little bit of notes there I just didn't need. So we have our protagonist Takumi and 3 other characters. Takumi is probably consistently through all the speedruns the best character to just in combat. I mean, even if you're just playing it casually, you'll recognize that he's the best. Anyone ally? Okay. So I've definitely messed this up a little bit. I need to lock in for the remainder. Okay, good. So he's got 19, so we need to stab him. Oh, that's right, we didn't need to. We only needed to get him about half. Okay. So that's the end of that battle. First one. Pretty easy. Some of the battles will be pretty easy and straightforward. Some of them are very complicated, and I have like 5 pages of commands of where everyone needs to be. I lost some time there. Okay, I'm going to focus on the inputs. Okay, so segment practice, no. I've practiced some of the battles. A lot of this portion is pretty straightforward. I think the battles are going to be where you can save time or lose time, like I probably did a bit there. The fact that the speedrun is so long means that any little mistake can cost you a lot of time. It'll add up. I don't want to lose much more. Okay, good. The selecting a location, there's a little bit of it can be a little tough because you've got to hold down A. And you can't just like have it, you've got to select it, and sometimes there's a bit of a delay there. So pan down to Sire. Selecting characters, sometimes you could miss. I think you saw me miss once or twice on the talking characters. The other categories I'll talk about very briefly here. Any percent is, well, the purpose of New Game Plus is to just get a ending. Let me walk right to the stairs. Any percent's the same thing, except you don't have everyone powered up. So all my characters are basically maxed out. Up 3 times. So we're going to the top floor. The school has 4 floors. Menu navigation on the map is important. I noticed, I was listening to the English, the American guy who did the any percent, talking about how he should have notes about which room you're going to, because if you're blowing through the dialogue, it's not always clear if you need to go to like the cafeteria or the war room or all that stuff. So yes, we're trying to get to one ending. The first route is the same for everyone. There's no choices to be made. You just got to get to an ending. So this is a similar speed run to, oops, yeah, I needed to exit room. Okay. Warp to cafeteria. So when I when I do the any percent, examine door. Shoot. I think my notes are a little incomplete here. Okay. So we gotta go through all the rooms. That's any percent. You're basically starting from scratch. All the other categories except for New Game Plus, you are basically starting right from the very beginning. Yep. Missed it. Cool. 2 on first, 1 on the second floor, 3 on the third floor. And we need to click L to move up. Gotta lock in. That's not locking in. No, it's R. I always get that mixed up on the even playing through which direction the map goes. I always remember R is right to the bottom when you're on the top floor. There's a lot of optional things you could talk to, like you could see that one of the characters was in the hallway, but we don't need to talk to him, so we're skipping through it. I don't have any specific notes about these in here, which is why I glossed over it in my notes. I imagine if I'd done a little bit of practice as well, I would know these things. I think you just click yes to everything he says. Or it doesn't matter. So I'll try to talk about my battle strategies a bit. So those are the 2 categories that actually have speedruns. There are 4 categories in total, but 2 of them don't have any submissions yet. Including the all 100 endings. Okay, so that's the end of that. Examine the door. we'll see what that is. I'm hoping it warps me back to my room. Yeah, so another reason why I think I'm going to try to do the run again. Just because I think there's already a bunch of time losses. Okay, so there's going to be the announcement, and then someone's going to knock on the door. And we got to look at it. And that should be the end of today. So I've got a little Google Slides with every single day, every single input. I've got like dialogue, warp to X place, dialogue, free time, dialogue, etc. And the battles, I've got decent instructions. They're not perfect. I've optimized some of the times based on the leader of the new game percentage. I wrote down what he did. And there were a couple points I saved and a couple points I was like, he kind of, he's going fast. He was off by a square. So there's definitely optimization on that. And I think I'd have a lot of fun optimizing all the individual battles. We meet here a flame boy, who we don't learn... We learn a little bit about who he is by the end. I should say, I guess I should describe the plot maybe a little bit for those unaware. I don't know how much of the audience have played this game at all, or have gotten a little bit through. But basically, humanity... Oops, I didn't need to do that. Okay. Warp to hell right there. Okay. I'm not going to explain too much of the plot. I'm going to focus on the inputs. If you have any questions about maybe what's going on, you can let me know. But the last two categories, second scenario, that's basically after you get the first ending, you get the second sort of true ending. It might not necessarily be fair to call it that, but it is probably the ending that, or like the route that they built off of, and then they started splintering off of. And it's got its own special name, the second scenario, which might make sense by the end why it's called that. Okay, so that's day 3. Best character? I mean, Takumi's great. You see him all throughout. In terms of, I mean, a lot of the characters are pretty good. Up to calf R bottom left. Okay. Darumi's great. Tsubasa's great. Some of the characters we haven't even met yet. This isn't even all the characters. Who is the best? Probably Takumi. I think Kiriko's pretty good too. The tall one with glasses. Get free time. That's sort of like the resource management parts of this. For New Game Plus, we're skipping all of them. And this is the fastest way. Clicking the bed twice. We get some more dialogue, and that'll be the end. Worst character, Gaku, by far. He is the guy in blue, and he's got like a hat. By far and away the worst character. That one's no question. Who's the best character is up for debate. Eito's great too. Warp to cafeteria, our bottom left. Okay, so this is another easy day. A lot of the days will start with you in your room, you wake up, you go to the cafeteria, but not always. Yeah, Gaku's the worst and is pretty bad in all of the routes. Okay, talk to the bed twice. Okay, and then there's a bit of dialogue, and that'll end day number 5. Give it up for day 5. I was catching myself as well. As I mentioned, I've taken very extensive notes, but even on some of the battles I practice, I was like, I noticed myself referencing it less and less slightly because I was able to remember some of it. So I imagine if I did speedrun this category, I would remember maybe on the specific days. Because obviously some days are more important. You're like, oh, you know, day 6. There's a battle on day 6, so you sort of remember those landmarks. And I noticed the splits for New Game Plus was divided by the battles. And versus some days like day 5 is bog standard as it comes. Obviously there's stuff going on here. Cafeteria. The plot, they're fighting for humanity's sake. There's these invaders that we saw in the first battle that are a threat to humanity. That's as much detail as I'll go in right now. If you notice in the first battle, not everyone fought. Only a couple are willing to risk their lives at this point in the game. So we'll have to persuade them later on. And all the battles, who participates in them is logged in. So even though it's New Game Plus and I have all the characters upgraded, until they actually join the battle and they're scripted to be in the fights, it won't matter. We're going to pan to explore. Okay, so this is our first look at exploration. This is how you get resources in the game. This is how you do all the upgrades. But because we have all the upgrades, we are not interested in doing this. The goal here is to get through fast and to get into no fights. If you get into a fight, the little monster symbol, that's the biggest time loss you can get. 3, we'll go 1. The question mark, I think, can also get you into trouble. 2, 4, 3, good. 4, oh, this is excellent. 3, oh my goodness, yes. Okay. 2, blue's a little less damaging. I think we're gonna make it, so. And the 3. All right, perfect. That was an excellent exploration. So Ato, I think what's going on here is Ato left the school, and we're like, we gotta go look for him. And then he's like passed out on the ground. He's in trouble. So we gotta save him. So this is our fight number, technically 2 of this. And this is a pretty easy one. Okay. Up 2, left 2. Here. I think this is one of the ones I optimized. A bit. Oops. Nope, not that. It's this one. Attack. I think this way. No. And then Takumi ultimate. Okay, I messed this up a little bit. That's okay though. Can't skip the ultimates. Bit of dialogue. So we missed 2 enemies somewhere. You could tell this is when I didn't practice, right? Bit of dialogue. Takumi, super. He can kill everyone in 1. Okay. So there we go. You'll notice in this run, and I assume a lot of the other runs as well, once you get to the actual boss phase, it's a lot faster versus you have to kill every single one of the little tiny minions. It's just dialogue. I don't think there's a cutscene here. I think they'll be talking for a little while. So that was a pretty easy battle. That one was required at the end of that exploration, but we don't want any optional battles because you can usually beat them in one round and they don't pose that much of a threat, but it is just extra time that you're expending to go fight them all. It's just dialogue till the end of the day. If you may or may not have noticed, the language is in Japanese. And I'll tell you now, it's faster to do it that way for speedrunning because there's a character that has an unskippable monologue at the very end of the Route Zero that he speaks it in Japanese a lot faster. Over to the entrance. We'll pan immediately left to... yes. Because I guess he says what he needs to a lot faster. Okay, so... Oh, what happened is our little ghost guy, Sire, disappeared at the end of the second day. And here we will find... Oh my god, he got chopped into little bits. It's so funny how in the original route, Sire is so not present. And it's kind of funny. It leads to so many of the characters stumbling around with no idea what's going on because there's not a guy to explain it all to him. He doesn't get killed like this in most of the... There's a skip here. I'm already holding the plus. More dialogue. Oops, didn't want to do that. So we're going to L2. Once we get free, we're going to go to the map. Go here. Oh, I got to exit. Damn, I need to put that on there. Okay, now we can go right here. There's some more dialogue and a skip cutscene, and we will enter battle number 3. So I haven't shown off a super optimized battle yet. We'll walk in and see if we can do it. So, let's see. Right one up all. Takumi. Yeah. I messed that up again. Takumi, ultimate. Top of the nearest column. This one. I think end turn. So Darumi's pretty good for these first couple. Let's see. Should be able to get them all. Okay, that's fine. Some of that unoptimized stuff. Benchmark? It'd be great if I got the world record, but no, we're just getting on the board right now. And she comments. So it's implied at the very beginning that Hiruko knows a little bit more than she's letting on. She's more experienced in combat. No idea. I have not put in any splits or anything, so I won't know how far I am. Day 50 is about the halfway point, so we'll know about then sort of how screwed we are or not. Down 3. 1, 2, 3. So do this twice. I believe. Yeah. The unfortunate things about these very specific instructions is if I do them wrong, right 2, down 1, get rid of that T right there. Bottom left. Yep, okay, so this one is right for the first time. Go there. And we'll go defensive stance. What this does is it gives you extra movement at the cost of a turn. So we're good on turns right now. Okay, that's good. So I think this is the first proper boss we'll get the chance to kill. This is the guy we fought on day 1, I believe. And these commanders speak in some strange, unknown alien language that in this route we do not understand. So you won't be missing anything, missing no dialogue. And what happened, I don't know if it's happened yet. Yep, so Ato has agreed to join the battle. And Ato is a good party member in general. He'll be useful for a couple of these. Okay. There. Here we go. Down 3. 1, 2, 3. One of the good things about this. 2, 3, 4. Right here. It's fine. 2, 3, left. That'll kill him right there. All right, sweet. Is there an appreciable difference? It's hard to tell, I would say, because it's hard to know exactly who. I would say you can really tell the parts that Uchikoshi wrote. There's a part where the protagonist Takumi talks about like I believe it's Bernoulli's formula. Okay, so once you beat a boss in the Route 0, after this one it sometimes depends, but it'll show one of the characters viciously murdering the commander and basically sucking up their blood power. That's what gives them all the powers. They have special blood powers that you'll learn about throughout the story. And this actually powers up the characters. Okay, there's no cutscene. I would say not really. Some parts you could be like, what is this crap? You know, some of the comedy route, it's like, obviously neither of the two wrote this except for just like setting up the framework. Gotta mash A there. I gotta remember that. I mean, it's not a huge loss if I forget, but it's a second, you know. So they're shocked that Sirei, the headmaster of this school and the commander, has been chopped to bits. So we'll have to learn about that mystery later on. Someone should arrive at the door here. I think we're already past what I streamed on the very first day. I think I made it to the end of day 2. Obviously, I was reading everything, and I had to do, you know, day 0, but... Yep, so this is, I would say, a pretty casual attempt so far. I mean, it's pretty much what it was going to amount to be. I could sort of tell as this was getting closer and closer. I needed to warp there. Warp to cafeteria. Since I'm trying to be somewhat entertaining as well. Hiriko. Okay. And then it'll just be a pretty standard day. I think this is the part where Hiriko's like, we don't have anyone in charge. I'm going to be the one in charge. And she kind of runs things for a little bit. Thankfully, she doesn't interrupt our free time. Alright. And that'll be pretty much the end of day 8. Things will be a little bit slow for a little bit. I mean, there's no real point of hiding things. The next encounter is day 17. Cafeteria. Some of the characters don't like Hiriko's authority, so they're just hanging out in their rooms. Or they don't want to fight. What it is Hiriko's like, anyone who's not fighting, you don't get to eat. Which, you know, I guess is fair. If you're trying to protect humanity. She's really trying to strong-arm them, and that's what she'll do for the next, like, week or so. I forget if you can free time those characters while they're in their room. I think you can, but... Alrighty. That will be day 9 in the books. Oops, I shouldn't skip ahead. So here we're warping somewhere else. I've got warp LX2. Oh, I guess it's warp L once, and then there's 2 rooms I gotta go to. So here we learn how to make presents, which we are not going to do. We will not be doing in this speedrun. Oops. Okay. Nice. I think we talked to her. Okay, we didn't need to do anything with that one. I guess maybe in my notes version too, I'll write those specific instructions down. It's 2 free times, a bunch of dialogue, and that'll be the end of the day. So there we go. Just by going off a day count, we're 10% of the way done. That means it'll take about 400 minutes, you know. About 7 hours or so, you know. No problem. No, I think there's just a lot of dialogue. And 3 battles already so far. Someone's at the door. Answer it. There's a bunch of dialogue. I need to exit. I think she's like, we need to start convincing people to join. So we need to go to Tsubasa's room and Gaku's room. Oh, not Eito's room. We'll just talk with them, but I don't think we get a lot accomplished. Yeah, for having a really bad gimmick. Tsubasa is like a gimmick where she like throws up all the time. But she's a great character. She has a lot of really good routes. Again, I think the battles are. I mean, you've already seen I've messed up 3 of the 4. Dang it. That's where there'll be a lot of time saves. I think practicing them, making sure you get the inputs right, that'll be where, and coming up with new theory stuff. I'm definitely excited to try that, which is why, even as I was doing this, I was like, okay, I'm going to set a time for myself and then try to improve it. Practice and improve it. Because I think as well, even if the battle strategies, none of the New Game Plus battle strategies will be helpful at all for the any percent or any of the runs after that. So we need to exit the room and walk to Tsubasa's room. Because a lot of this day-to-day stuff will be the same in any percent. Oh, did I misspell it? I was in such a hurry as well. Like this past 2 hours I had to eat dinner and then so dialogue. Okay. So we're gonna be like Eido's like, oh, what if you give her a present to to buy her off, basically. That's what a lot of pre-persuasion stuff is. It's like, what do they really like? Click that really quick. Dialogue. Now we're gonna run to the right to Darumi. I guess this is faster. Again, a lot of the stuff I was just kind of like, I'll take his word that it's faster. And some of the stuff, you know, there was a couple parts where I tried to improve on things, and it was like, oh no, there's a very specific reason why this is like that. Okay. I assuming LX2. I'm again trying to interpret my notes. I mean I warp once and then there's 2 people to talk to. Yes. Okay. A lot of the panning to the characters, that can be, you could just miss. And that's I'll point out a couple parts where it's just like, this is so freaking difficult to get this exactly right. Okay, bunch of dialogue. Once it finishes up, we will warp. Oh yeah, no, I want to take this seriously. I mean, I could immediately just try to set the all 100 endings, but it could just take a gargantuan amount of time because I don't know all the tech and how to do things right. Oh, I guess I'm exploring. Oh, did I go to a new day? Shit. I did. I gotta pay attention. Yeah, but I want to set the all 100 endings, and I want to make it tough to beat. That's fine. You could try to memorize the options there, which ones are less likely to hurt you, but I'm not gonna do that. It's easier to mash. I guess you could memorize, but I guess you could memorize. Some of these early ones, it is tough to just die. Okay, good. Got that. Alright. Finish that exploration. No encounters. Good. Confirm this really quick. There's a bunch of dialogue, and then, uh-oh, there's a spam bot. Nothing I could do about that now. I guess they're gonna get their money's worth. This is gonna be preserved in perpetuity. Okay, gotta... Yep. First up selection. That one. We're getting her a sick bag. She's worried about throwing up on the battlefield. So... Okay. Still skipping, still skipping. It's the first left. Doesn't matter too much where it's selected. First left again. This is a little tricky if you're just doing this casually. Select the first down. I think this is the hardest persuasion of this speedrun. It's the one with the most options. I guess her entire gimmick isn't that she throws up. She's like a mechanic. But the vomit one is like a... is a weird one. We're risen her up right now. Okay. First up. Okay. It skips ahead a bunch. Oh, we haven't even... In some of the later routes, I mean, Takumi basically gets with everyone. At least all the women. I don't think there's a gay route. Well, I mean, put an asterisk next to that. I don't know. I don't think I've gotten to that one yet. The funny thing is, I still haven't gotten all 100 endings. I think I'm at 79 still. I didn't have time to add any more. Because there was still a lot of grinding and powering up everyone. Which probably took more time than the prep, honestly. Just because even though I've played through 80% of the game, there is still so much to do. Okay, so we've persuaded her, and we've decided Gaku's the next one. So we're warping. Probably... Oh, I guess we talked to him. This room is trash. We learn he's like adopted and has like a bunch of step siblings that he takes care of. That's the only little bit of good character you get from Gaku. Talk to her. There's two on this floor. Missed it. We're just kind of learning what he likes. I don't remember what his gift is. Warp to the hallway and go left. I think that's that wasn't in the original. It shows you kind of where the characters are, if they're left or right of you in the hallway, which is nice in some parts. Okay, so now we're gonna riz up Gaku. So we see what materials we need. That's why we went exploring last time. We were basically looking for a very specific part out in the wilds, which was at that checkpoint that we saw. So the room is gonna help us. Yes. Skip the cutscene that plays every time of the fire extinguisher. I believe the skip part wasn't in the original either. They added that later. So I believe right is technically still faster. 3, perfect. 3 again, nice. Go 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oops. Okay. 3 I can see is safe. We'll go 4. Okay. 3, we'll go 3. Yes, it's completely random, which is what makes this hard. There is no formula to getting through this part. You just have to pay attention, do a little bit of the card math to make sure you don't land on an encounter, and and do that. That's sort of the biggest like noticeable time loss from the speedruns I saw. It's like, oh, they accidentally got into a fight on the exploration. So you either want to do that quickly in your head or take a little bit of time and make sure you're not messing up. Okay, so we're looking for the first left here. Okay. There we go. And now this might, I mean, relatively tricky. We're basically the second, not the first left, the second left that pops up. Not that one. Once that option goes away. There we go. First up. Okay, and now this time we're not making a selection at all. We gotta let him go through his whole spiel. That's why I thought it'd be good to have a lot of background prep and notes taken, because a lot of it is just procedural. If I have a note that says mash A through this point, you know, it doesn't take too much skill to do that. Okay, and then confirm whatever option. Sort of. This isn't a hugely present deal. I don't even know if all the characters have it or not. But it's basically like, especially in the Route Zero stuff, it's the way to win them over to your side and help you fight against the monsters. So there's dialogue, and that'll end the day. I mean, sort of. It's very easy to see that being like a part of the class trials and stuff. Early on in Route Zero, you can really see the Danganronpa's influence, like the talking to all your classmates in a classroom you just woke up in. But then, you know, as you get further into the game and the different routes, all that stuff sort of disappears and it becomes its own thing. Like Darumi, the one with the blue hair, she talks a lot about loving killing games and stuff. and she's all about that. It's like, well, obviously, you know, it's obvious what she's referring to, but then, you know, as the game goes along, that stuff is a little less important. Left to back, and then talk to all the right dorms. Okay. So we're trying to convince the last 3 to fight with us. And I think they'll all tell us no, basically. They'll tell us all right now, but eventually we will find the right present to win them over to our side. Okay, there'll be a ring at the door. And then we gotta talk to Eito, who's centered, thankfully. So Eito's like, oh yeah, Hiriko, he picks up on it too, that Hiriko knows more than she's letting on. So we're like, oh, let's go find her and talk to her. And she is in the pool right here. And then we get a crazy CD. Crazy. So we talk to Hiriko, who is centered. Almost centered. There's more dialogue. She's like, alright, I'll tell you guys everything I know. And she's about to, and then the thing rings. And she's like, well, save this conversation for tomorrow, basically. So it's like, alright, well, can't wait to learn about what that's all about. Alrighty, and then he does some ominous foreshadowing, as Takumi likes to do. It's like, oh, something crazy is going to happen the next day. This day is all just skipping dialogue, so I'm holding date. And Hiriko's gone. I'm looking for the school, trying to find her, but I don't know. She's missing. So another source of potential answers very early on in the game is completely vanished without a trace. The school's surrounded by a wall of fire, so the reason he looked at those two pillars, those are fire extinguishers to get out. And it's the only way to get in and out of the school. And it's like, well, both of them are there, so I mean, she didn't go out on her own and take one of those. So Halo expresses worry about that. Day 16, do not find her. Day 17, much the same. They look for her. And all the spooky rooms all across the classroom. So our headmaster, Sire, the ghost guy, I don't think he's the headmaster. I think he's like the commander. Oh my god, this was a tough one too. I did practice this. Frick. There we go. Talk to her again. Damn it, I'm not there. There's a skip coming up though. Okay. So those messages on the TV, those are all pre-recorded. So even in the routes where Sire is dead, you always get him every morning and every night telling you good morning and good night. Okay, so he's like, well, shit, that sucks. And then, oh my gosh, it's the Flame Boy again. He got in our thing. You see his mouth moving. It's like he's trying to tell us something. But we can't hear him, so... He will oh, and now we're getting attacked, so... Getting in a fight. Warp to the war room. There's dialogue and a skip. And then we will enter battle number 4 on day 17. Do anything. Okay, so this is actually a very easy fight. Hopefully I don't mess it up. But it's very straightforward. There are two... For the first wave, there's 2 worm bosses. But they only have 6 HP, so they're very easy to kill. There's a very interesting strategy I'll point out. Okay, through that. Skip the dialogue. So we're gonna go with Darumi. This is one I did practice. The easy one, funny enough. So we just spam this 3 times. You only need to kill one of these bosses. Now, the reason I did it with Darumi, even though Eito can do it in 2 kills, is because we need to get the voltage up. If you notice, there's a little percentage bar that goes up every time I attack, and that's basically it costs 100% to use a super attack. And Darumi gets more than Eito does. So even though you could win that 1 turn faster, you get more voltage with Darumi doing it. That was one of the optimizations. I was like, oh, let me try this, and it's like, oh, it didn't work. Because the next step is not achievable. So here we get Tsubasa, which is in pretty much every tier list the 3rd best. Acceleration. Right there. That's not what I was supposed to do. That's okay. Darumi. Same thing. Should attack 3 times. Okay. So I took an extra turn there for no reason. Because I was thinking of a different... I was thinking of the wave 3 part that I gotta do. Which is I gotta do acceleration right there. Even with very specific notes, it's very easy to not do this. And it's easy to make up for it too. Like you see, it didn't... All it did was cost me 1 turn. But that's the parts where you can save time. Okay? And I need to put my back tire right there. Then Gaku, normal attack. Gaku's actually kind of useful in this speedrun. Which I was sort of surprised about. I wasn't expecting it. But he does have a pretty good range. Okay. So that was a perfect execution. So you gotta kill those 3 worms in the second one, and you gotta do it all in the same turn or else they'll revive them. And then in wave 3, they merge into 1, but the boss is very easy to take out by that point. I believe... No, this isn't the first time. But you see that once you defeat the commanders, they're kind of human looking. Oh, that's weird. Oh well, time to murder them. Again, because I'm doing the New Game Plus, it does not matter who I select because I have them all maxed out. That's what I was grinding, essentially. I had to win fights continuously over and over a bunch. And one of the ones I did it on was this one, because I had to... Certain characters, especially in the later scenarios, aren't alive or aren't able to absorb commanders. So I had to grind on this one specifically, and I was like, that would be a good time to practice as well. Okay, so there's just dialogue for the rest of the day. So there we go. We've got 4 battles done. We've got more than a quarter of them. And we're about a quarter of the way through. Which I guess is okay, I don't know. I'm not going to pull up the video and see how I'm doing, but... Because there's nothing I could do about it. And we're going to pan right to talk to Eito, who will presumably appear in a room that we're about to walk to. The cafeteria. So everyone's exhausted from the fighting. And the people who didn't fight are like, oh, well, you guys are really tired. Alright, good, we got it. And that'll be all for this day. Just hold down the B button. I'll take a sip of my caffeinated drink. I was pretty tired today, so I absolutely needed this. Even though I knew it would probably keep me up super late. But that's okay. And speedrun comes first. Okay, so now we're gonna, once the dialogue is done, we're gonna warp to the garage. There we go. Then we're gonna, I believe we're gonna warp to 2 other rooms. I'm gonna have to change this instruction by how I've got it written down. Yep, okay, 2 on this floor, and that'll be it. These are a couple different rooms where you could upgrade certain aspects of your character. You can make attack stronger, you can get like different potions. Yeah, I'll be up at about, probably finish at about 1 AM. Maybe 12:30 if I'm making good time. Okay, so that's it for this day. Just hold down the B button. Yeah, so you don't have to stay for the whole... in fact, I don't expect you to. What I was like, you know... If you guys want to check this out, I was like, keep this on like a second screen or something and do something else. Because there will just be a lot of blowing through the dialogue. I guess the battles could be somewhat interesting. Me talking about the hypothetical strategies that I have and then kind of blowing it. They're talking about stuff. I don't know what they're talking about at this point. Maybe they're still looking for Hiriko. But this is free time, which means sleep time. I know this is a pretty big meme about how much Takumi sleeps, even outside of the speedrunning community. Because at a certain point, you know, before I was practicing for the speedrun, I was like, okay, I think I got everything. Everyone's attacks are upgraded. I didn't really use the potions, which we haven't even seen yet. I haven't even used any potions, I don't think. But some of the later I think probably the next battle, we're going to start using that a whole lot. Another free day. I've got notes on here because watching the day-to-day stuff, I was watching any percent. And the guy who has second place was actually doing stuff during his free time this day. You do, I think, 3 different upgrades, and that's it for any percent. So they also skip a lot of the free time. I'll have to start factoring those in when I do those. So we get half of the free time for today. And then someone comes knocking at the door, so we don't get 2. So that's the strategy for any percent. And then for the second scenario and all 100 endings, I've got to figure out like what's the bare minimum I could upgrade. So I could keep skipping. Okay, here we go. I should have had select the door. So they're like, you know, trying to raise the spirits and stuff after a successful battle. Bond. Hiriko being missing. We do talk to Shomi here in just a second. But, well, I forget what I was saying. So Shoma's, oops, nope. Shoma's a little depressed because he starts to, like, he thinks he remembers something. Oh, we remember... Obviously, we missed all because we skipped all the beginning stuff. Or we didn't even see it in New Game Plus, but... Takumi has a friend called Karura, and that's what all those childhood memories are that we will see occasionally. I was talking about speedrunning stuff, but I forget what I was talking about. Anyway. That's alright. The 2 videos I saw featured very little to no commentary, so this will be a little bit of a break from the norm. Oh, here we go. Memory. So it looks like nothing happens on day 23, which means it skips it entirely. I don't know if we sleep through it or it's just... I don't know why we miss it for some reason. I guess we sleep through it. Day 23. I don't think I would have... Yeah, we just skip it for some reason. I don't know. I couldn't tell you why. Some dialogue. We will select the door. And we will run right. Yep, okay. Hey, skip that. Select the door dead center. Okay, so we go to some room. I'm guessing we're going to the entrance? Oh, we go to the cafeteria. So there was someone sabotaged the food supply. That's right, that's what happens. I shouldn't say it was sabotage. Something happened to the food supply. I figured this would also be a good time to put my presentation together. I guess slight advertising for that, but I plan to do a lecture telling my friends about the entire game. That this would be a good time to do that, because I've got to go over so much anyway. So we're going to pan right to explore here. I'll go into a little bit more detail. Especially at the beginning. Oops, yes, do that. So we got to explore, and we got to get 2 checkpoints. Skip the fire. Hopefully it won't be 100 hours. I'm gonna try to get the broad strokes. It's like between days 19 or 9 and 17. You know, they're worried about, you know, whatever. Hiriko's becoming the leader, and there's friction about it, stuff like that. Because I gotta go fast. Okay, we cannot do the 2 because that will get us an encounter. Okay, good. We'll go 3. Oh, I should have... I gotta remember to pick those... I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. As long as you don't die during this. We'll get the 5 so we can go here. Skip, skip, skip. We picked up 1 thing. I think this is just like rations. We're running out of food. Yes, continue. More dialogue. They're not happy exploring in the rain. Just make sure. Okay, 6 is good. 3, 4, 5, 6. Gotta pick the 2. Can't get in a fight. Pick that. Okay. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then anything. Alright. So we picked up enough emergency rations for the day. There's a cutscene here. I believe we get knocked out. There's like someone or something that comes to us at this point and literally knocks him unconscious. So we're going to be skipping dialogue / being unconscious for the next couple days. They're talking about... I think people like to meme on that scene because she eats 2 hamburgers or something, or she wants 2 of the hamburgers. That one might also be a 2-part flashback. So here we're knocked out. I don't need to hold the plus button anymore. Not for a little bit. So we see... Oh, someone's coming up to us. Oh my gosh, it's a different ghost guy. Oh, she loves the hamburger. She loves it so much she eats 2 of them. I don't know if he's on the cover. Or, yeah, I think it's a he. That's, we'll learn his name. I mean, I guess I'll just say it now. That ghost game is Nigo. Because he's the second one. The second one. So day 28. We've been unconscious for about 3 days. Okay. And we learn... I don't know if they tell us at this point. Gives us some food, because it looks like... Oh, it looks like we're in our room. But we're not in our room. Okay, we gotta run to the stairs. And we need to go down 2 stories after this. Make sure. Right to the gym, which is shaped like an arch. And here we learn about where we are at this particular... Oh, and we meet, you know, the rest of the cast. We learn at this point that this is actually second to last Academy. Yeah. It is a very... it is a very interesting name. It makes sense in Japanese. But... I guess you can see their names there. It's not super important. Dialogue. At some point, I'm already holding it down. We gotta talk to him. And select it again, and we see, oh my gosh, it's a girl that looks like our childhood friend. Is this Kara? Our whole reason for fighting? Oh, she doesn't recognize us. Oh, she says her name's different. Nozomi? What's going on here? Yeah, you can see some of the similarities between similar philosophies and character design. Talk to him again. Talk to him again. No, talk to him. Oh. I believe we talked to him again. So, Nozomi's a little freaked out, but Takumi's like, I'm just gonna drop it for now. I don't want to scare her anymore. Talk to him again. Okay. At some point we'll select the door. So I think we'll leave after this. I think we'll wake up in our room or something. In our room, in second to last Defense Academy. Which is basically, they explain it's like a decoy. It's like, oh, we have a second school that the enemies are trying to attack that doesn't actually have the weapon. Okay. So, oh, we're getting into a fight here. So we don't actually need to move at all. Just hold the skip dialogue. And we get a bunch of new characters at the same time. And the Second Defense Academy is like, well, our food supply is okay. So I don't think they decide what they're going to do yet, because we have this to worry about. Why did I... My notes... for the first line that I have for this battle is so stupid. Okay. So we're gonna go... Okay, that's what I meant. So she's got some dialogue there. We go down 2, and we attack twice. Hyoshika is very, very good. Hold on. Air, down 2. Then air, left 1. No. Okay. We're gonna use our first... Wait, I don't have that. Oh boy. Down. Oh boy. This is way off script. Okay. Well, that'll have to end our turn. Okay. But again, battles are pretty forgiving. Okay. What does speedrun mean? So we're just trying to get to an ending. There's different categories. We're just trying to beat a game in a specific way as fast as possible. I'm sure there are a lot better resources to tell you what a speedrun is than me. Do I have the metal fence? Because I need that. Okay, good. 2 and down. I'm gonna redo this wave. I'm showing you how not to do it. I mixed my lefts and my right up. Speedrunning Route 0, that's correct. And we've got New Game Plus, so we've got all the upgrades. Basically, I went the wrong direction that time. So that's a bit of a time loss. And then just side, because we need her to go down. Down to... Right here. And then Takumi, do the super. Round one. Face this way. Got it in the turn. Oh, I super screwed this up. I need to indicate when turns end. Use an attack potion there. And then use an agility potion. Potions really are super helpful if you mess up like I do. No. Yeah, this is not supposed to take this long. This is especially why I'm like, this probably isn't going to be my last run, because it was going to be bad. We'll give you an attack potion, just to... Alrighty. So that is that day. But we're not quite done yet. I wouldn't say it's a bust. But it is not the most interesting, or it's not the most optimal. Because I'm like, because the battle's supposed to take 2 turns. What I was supposed to do is I was supposed to end the turn, and Takumi was supposed to super once the boss got closer. But I didn't indicate that I was supposed to manually end the turn. I think because, well, I think a lot of reasons, but practice is definitely probably the biggest way to improve things. If I just actually do these battles a bunch. There are a handful that I did do beforehand. Any reason for using... it is faster. Specifically, at the final battle of Route 0, there's a character that monologues, and you can't skip it. And I think the Japanese version is like a couple minutes quicker. They say the line a couple minutes faster. So that's why the Japanese voices. Yes. So this fight, you will lose. So there's no point doing it. So just end the turn immediately. End it twice, and that'll end the fight. It is pretty funny. It's like that's really just unskippable, but it's like, yep, you can't skip it. So it's gonna be funny when I do the second scenario speedrun, which is get the ending to Route 0 and then get to the second scenario ending. That's like a perfect bathroom break. That's what the guy whose speedrun I was watching said about it. Okay, so now we're at the other school. I've gotten 79 of the 100 endings. Favorite character? I guess Takumi's probably my favorite, because you see so much of him throughout. Favorite who's not the protagonist? I think I said Hiruko when someone was asking earlier. But I think Hiruko's good. I think Tsubasa's really good. I think Eita's very good. But, I mean, I pretty much know everything. I haven't gotten the Cult of Takumi route. That's one that everyone loved, so. Here we are at battle number 6, day 29. Back-to-back battles. The first of, I think this happens Well, I guess we've already seen one. So this will be the second of, I believe, 3 that'll happen. I haven't gotten all the story locks yet, no. Okay, so we see this boss. They've laid some eggs around. We need to use the second attack. Attack this. By doing that, we give Tsubasa. Go for the right egg. Yep, there. So, giving Tsubasa 4 lets her... because the thing about Tsubasa that makes her so good of a unit is that she does not need to... She can keep moving after attacking. And then attack this egg. And that'll be the end of that wave. Very easy. Tsubasa's going to be amazing. She's going to do that a couple times in this speedrun. This is unskippable here. More of the eggs. You're going to see a cutscene here. Yeah, it should be unsurprising that she's awesome. I imagine she'll be very good for the any percent speedrun as well. There are a couple different optimizations that I think are possible, because, like, go to Tsubasa, give her the attack potion, attack this egg, and I think she works on this for a while. Just keep hammering away with Tsubasa. And because she can move so far as well, the movement's not a huge concern. Attack here. Excuse you, menu. So I may be like one turn short. I don't know if I did this quite optimally or not, but that's okay. There's plenty of margin for error here. As long as I'm fast in my selections. And the guy who's got first on any percent was like lightning quick. Okay, so that is that wave. Yeah, I like the Shoma's ultimate as well. So we need to... I think it's like wait 3 turns, but really if we just kill everything with, once again, Tsubasa. For the attack potion, once again. Destroy the eggs. I love this particular one of the eggs. That's okay. For my instructions on this, go to speedrun, or you could just look up 100 line speedrun, and then you'll find the website that has the submissions for everything. You can see the 4 categories. You can see the rules for all of them. They're all pretty lax rules. It's not a super active speedrunning category, maybe surprisingly or not, but you could probably see people who do it a little better than me. So we need to clear everything. As I mentioned, there's 4 categories. There's no submissions for the anything longer than any percent. But my goal is to learn this speedrun go through all the categories and eventually work my way up to all 100 endings. And do that, which will take. I don't even have any clue how long that could possibly take. Yes, in turn. So the waves here are pretty straightforward. We don't need to. Oops. We don't need to attack potion. And they will spawn in this area once again. And turn. Yep, it's 4 hours. I imagine it's gonna be it'll be very hard to optimize faster than that, because a lot of it is just going through the dialogue as quick as you can. You can only optimize the battles so much. Even if you took out the battles, it's still probably a solid 2.5 to 3 hours of just dialogue. Okay, and the boss is pretty straightforward for this too. We're gonna do another classic strategy that I love. The Takumi using his super and then Nozomi healing him. We're at 300% voltage. They're all on this side. Come on. Yeah, so the speedrun for Route 0 is 400%. So I can't imagine how long. No, not you. I also got to figure out how to flip through the characters super quick. Again, it's probably easier to just go through like here. And then do that. So, the bosses are usually the easiest part of the combat. Oh, I didn't do the attack potion. Damn. That's why, I forgot that. Oops. It's probably not that much faster, so the attack potion still takes time. So there we go. I don't have my splits on here, so I don't know what how close I am on time. I imagine I'll probably be pretty close the whole time. My only big concern is how slow the Switch is with loading times. I am playing on the Switch 2, so the Switch game might actually load faster, but it is the Switch version of it, because I don't think there's a Switch 2 version of this game. Yeah, I'll probably run New Game Plus again, just because I think the world record is possible. Assuming, of course, the loads on the Switch don't just automatically disqualify me. I'd like to be #1 on the New Game Plus route for the Switch edition, at the very least. And then do any percent, which is starting from scratch, and you don't have any of the upgrades. So all the strategies for the battles will be completely different. And then do the second scenario, which is the same as doing Route 0, and then do the second scenario immediately. Get that so that I'm like pretty good on time. I don't think it'd be hard for me, I would say, to probably get run left to room to get the world record on any percent. But I want to be proficient enough to have a competitive time for second scenario, and then know like the tricks and the gist of speedrunning this game for when I attempt all 100 endings, which I have no concept for how long that could possibly take. There's already been some discussion on the board I've seen about taking breaks during the run. That's how long it would take, but I don't know, because a lot of the battles, if you're doing all 100 endings, are skippable. Go to the cafeteria. But I'm excited to get into this. Hopefully this won't be my only submission. Talk to Nozomi. Go through some dialogue. So I have no earthly idea how my pace is compared to the person who has the world record on New Game Plus. Theoretically, New Game Plus should be faster than any percent, because you don't have to do anything during free time. You've got all the strategies that are available to the any percent, but it's like 30 minutes slower, which really makes me think that there's room for optimization on the New Game Plus route. The credits are skippable. We won't actually see the credits. The ending time actually ends before that. Okay, so now they're back at the regular. Yep. So they've basically abandoned the second to last Defense Academy. I think Nico blew himself up. Go to the medal. Dialogue. Panda Carrara. Warp to the lab. Got stuff here, which doesn't matter to us. It should be faster. I think there's less people running the New Game Plus route for whatever reason. More people have run any percent, so the battles haven't been quite as optimized. Like if you did everything the guy in the any percent did his exact inputs, but did the optimized battle, you should be faster. My safety mode. I could not tell you. Day 31. It's funny, I'm trying to talk and do this at the same time. I think this is alright for my... for just like a first attempt, because I've never done any speedrunning at all. But I was like, it would be so funny to have the world record to get this stupidly long category. But I was like, if I'm going to do it, I want to do it right. And since it's not a super competitive game, it's perfect for dipping my toes into. Yep, first speed run, so we'll see how it'll be like. We'll be like it at 4 hours, and I'm like at day 60, and I'm like, oh, I really screwed up somehow. I don't think that'll happen, but I could definitely see 5 hours, just based on all the little details, possibly. I mean, I don't really know. I don't know how my pace is for world record. It doesn't necessarily matter. Warp to cafeteria, our bottom left. And it's not super difficult. You just gotta take the time to know the game and to know how to blow through all the simple mechanics, like when to skip dialogue versus when to skip a cutscene. I did once upon a time talk about speedrunning Senran Kagura on the Switch edition. I don't think that ever happened. I think I played like an hour of that game and never did anything. So I don't know what the speedruns for that game look like. That's day 32 in the books. I think there's a little bit of a break here for a while, actually. While the second to last academy people integrate here. Yeah, I never did that, unfortunately. But this one, I was like, I'm playing this game anyway. I've been playing it on and off for like 6 months. And I think this unlike Senran Kagura, I think this is a worthwhile game to invest myself into. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, at worst, I'll come in third place. I'll be the third best in the world officially at this category, even if it's like 8 hours long. Oops, not that. Although I could have done it there. Talk to Shoma on the far left. My picture and the chat had blocked it slightly. That's okay though. I got it. So this is Shoma talking about, he remembers like, oh, we were all in like a hospital or something. Yeah, the fact that there's not that many submissions, and the fact that this category, despite should being faster, is 30 minutes slower than the other category, makes me think I could definitely leave my mark on the board. Day 64. Oh, yes. Yeah, that's a really good part. It's unfortunate for that character, but... So they're just talking about... Oh, they're like, oh, we don't believe you. We don't remember that stuff. And they just kind of bully Shoma into saying that he made that up. Some free time. Get some free time hype. Yep. Not many battles for the next 10 days or so. I believe the next battle is on day 44. I mentioned earlier that day 50, at least on the speedrun I saw, is about halfway. So we could sort of gauge if it's halfway. Well, we'll see. Warp to cafeteria. Okay. That's not exact science either, so. They're gonna talk about stuff. And then some free time. Free time. Yes. That'll pretty much be it for the day. Alrighty, day 35. Got a lot of stuff written down here, but no battles. Go to the cafeteria. I think even just doing this one will help me talk to Ato Slight Right. Oops, I said not that Slight Right. Then we get one free time. So Ato is a little more curious about the memories and stuff, and he's more open to the hospital thing. It's amazing how much the characters learn and how little they learn in Route 0 at the same time. Shit, I clicked auto. Click the door. And then we talked to Carrara. Slight Right. Not Slight Right, just as right. Got her. Nice. Then talk to Shoma on the far left, who my face cam is probably blocking. I cannot recall what this... There we go. Gotcha. Nice. And that'll end this day. See, even if you didn't take notes, you could probably react to this pretty well. But it helps at least me. If I could glance over and be like, I won't have to pan over and talk to any of these people because they will just talk this whole scene. And then the day will end. The day will be over. Nothing else is going to happen this day. Day 36 has a bunch as well. But right now we're just blowing through dialogue. This is another reason why I thought it would just be so funny to do all 100 endings and get the speed run. Because it'd be like, you know, it's kind of impressive, but it is also just a whole lot of this. Talk to Shoma on the right. There he is. I think he talks about remembering more stuff. And then we talk to the door. So I'm guessing we go back to the room. Oh, that's right. I'm remembering what the boss is for here. Day 44. That's when Shoma joins us officially. Officially. The door. Walk to the right. Dialogue. Then we're going to warp to the cafeteria. And then we're just going to start gathering our materials to try to persuade Shoma. Okay, talk to Darumi. I believe there's only one more. Okay. Dialogue, then select what we're gonna give him. Oops, not that. Okay, now we're gonna do it. See, there are definitely time saves I can do, like not reaching for my drink when I'm trying to, when I need to talk to something. So he needs a plush of his dog, because he has this dog that he loves. So we're going to warp to the entrance. Another exploration part. If I could just save time on the exploration, then there's a very real chance I could be competitive. Yes. Just head out. Okay. I could have taken people with me to try to take some of these hits, but... Okay, if I get a 3 or 4, I'm really screwed. Oh boy. If I get a 1 and a 2 here, thank God. Okay. Oh well, I gotta go for the 5. Okay, 3 gets us to here. Yes. 2, doesn't matter. 3's fine. 2's fine. Probably should have clicked the 1 there. Oh no. Well, I knew I should have clicked the 1. Yeah, that one can get you in a battle sometimes. Okay. Backstab you. Do agility potion. We're gonna do tech potion. So, getting in encounters isn't a huge, but it is definitely incredibly inefficient. Yeah, that is not ideal. Okay, and a 5 will get us there. Damn. Well, now I know. Be more careful. Okay, I think it's just going to take us to the machine. Yep. Some dialogue, and then the Shoma persuasion. So we're going to try to convince him to fight, even though he's a coward. Someone's asking the worst character. Shoma's probably the second worst. He has some moments, but... First up... First up... First up. First left. First left. Oh, you left. There you are. First up. And then the first left again. Secret plan. No, you don't. Alright, and there we go. That's pretty much it. We just gotta select the option at the end. Boop. Nice. Just dialogue for the rest of the day. Even though we persuaded him, there's still a little bit of time before the next battle. Alright, this is an easy day. Dialogue, free time dialogue. Don't even need to go to the cafeteria. That'll be the end of the day. This day we will have to warp to the cafeteria. Oh, crap. Like, that's a free 3 seconds I just threw into the garbage. I'm gonna talk to Takamaru, who's just very slightly right and down. Okay, that'll end this day too. They'll talk for a little bit. Nothing happens for the next 2 days. Day 40 and 41 are skipped over entirely. But basically, Takamaru is training Shoma to be, well, to be something. I really shouldn't be drinking this slowly since it's a caffeinated drink. Only dialogue this day, so... I should have just chucked it all in one go, so I'd just be super jittery for the first 4 fights. Caffeine of choice, the sponsor of the stream, Yerba Mate. Or Yerba Madre, I think is they've tried to rebrand themselves as, which I think is not as good of a name, but don't tell them I said that. But it's like the only energy drink that I like a little bit, so. So here we see Shoma, the result of Shoma's training. He is now basically doubled in height and probably quadrupled in mass. Yeah, I heard about it on a podcast, and I was like, okay, sure, whatever. I'm looking for sources of caffeine, and it ended up taking it up. So Garou is testing his durability by punching him as hard as she can, over and over, and he's like, I haven't heard no bell. So she punches him again. That's all that's gonna happen this day. He punches him again. It's like he's not physically strong, but he can take a lick, which is also his battle style, as we'll see in a little bit. Actually, maybe unsurprisingly, we do not use Shoma that much in the speedrun, because he is a defensive character. Now, some of the later battles, when my notes get really bad, we might use them a little bit, but yeah, I think there's definitely optimization that could be had on the last couple days, and I just didn't have enough time to do that. So, the last couple battles. Okay, well, now we're on day 44. Oh, I can't believe I got in that fight on the exploration. It was so avoidable, too. Oh, okay. I don't think that was avoidable. Skip that. Go up to the war room. Hell bottom left, right here. A dialogue and a skip. Okay. I'm going to try to really lock in for these next couple. So we're going to see a lot more Tsubasa. A lot more, I should say. We're going to see another round of Tsubasa clearing the field with a little bit of help, but she's going to do half the work here. She's actually going to do a ton of the work. Okay. There's a bit of dialogue. So the second defense guys are attacking the boss there. So we don't control them immediately. Tsubasa. Use the attack potion. And then she's going to clear this side all by herself. I didn't write down specific notes for these parts. Okay. Oops. And then spring over to Takumi right there. I don't know if you need to spring or not there. That's another optimization I need to look into. But now she's going to clear this side all by herself. And we're just racking up that voltage. Look at that. And that's optimized right there. Probably necessary too, now that I think about it. Okay, and now we're gonna down one super. And then we're gonna Darumi Super. Yes, do that. Alright, there we go. That was a perfect perfect run. Which routes? No. It's entirely functional. Some characters are better than others. I mean, you could see Tsubasa is just amazing. So if you're trying to speedrun it, you gotta do the ones that are good. And Route 0 is all the same. So the characters that you have in the battle are always going to be the same. Even if you've got them maxed out, it depends on the story, on who's in your party at any given time. Okay. Attack this. Let's see here. Yeah, in New Game Plus, it's the same way. Even if they're, okay, Spring to Takumi, the bottom left. So, attack 1, because Tsubasa can move so much anyway. Then attack far right to avoid the boss. I think I messed up slightly. Yeah, I think I needed that. Alright, so we're gonna go to Eito instead. Just super right there. Okay, yeah, this is right. This is right. Then Darumi Super. Yeah, even though it's New Game Plus and you technically have everything upgraded, the story dictates who's in the battle at any given time. Which is why it's easy for me to go like, this is the optimal way to do it with this character, because this character is available at this particular point. But the fight strategies are going to be different than in any percent versus New Game Plus, because in any percent, even though you still have the same characters participating in each of the battles, their attacks might not be as strong. You don't have access to all the potions and all the spring traps that I'm using to move around the map super quickly. So it's a completely different ballgame. The day-to-day stuff is the exact same, but the characters are different. Okay. Okay, so right 1, down max. Maru, take an attack potion. Left 2, down 6, I believe. Here. Takamaru, down 1 super, probably to take that out. And then Shoma, we're gonna do Omega Punch to finish the boss off. There we go. Simple as that, right? Although we got one more wave. I think this one's just a skip cutscene. I don't think there's any dialogue to skip. That's just sort of how I've classified the two different skips. Cutscenes you can skip by holding down on the Switch, the plus, and the regular dialogue you hold down B. So I'm trying to be frame perfect on that by holding down those buttons in advance if I need to. Okay, Takumi, take the attack potion. Take the desperation potion, which will knock us down to 3. And then down 3, right 2. Super. So this will technically kill him. But it gets us voltage. So now Takamaru will take an attack potion. And then Shoma can punch to the left of the boss. We're gonna actually punch him. I guess this doesn't matter super much. Let's see. Down 3, left 3. Right there. Perfect. I guess it didn't need to be that far. See, there's some things like that. I didn't need to go down that far. And then Zomi, heal. Ooh, I missed. That's okay though. I needed to. There we go. And then take the desperation potion. I almost didn't even need to, but that's okay. And there we go. That's the end of that battle. Only one missed input. Pretty good. That's probably the most successful battle of the run. I've not been super sharp, but that's okay. So there's dialogue, and then we'll mash A 3 times. I think they're starting to talk about not wanting to kill the commanders. They're trying to show mercy for them because they're humanoid. But that doesn't stop them this time. I think even in any percent, again, having not seen any of the battles, because it, I mean, I guess it, I haven't seen any of the battles for any percent, so. But I imagine the strat is to always give Takumi the commander kills, because you want Takumi to be the strongest one with the ultimates. But I guess that remains to be seen. So you can't ever skip that. But the mashing will start here. If you click A through that, it goes really fast. And then hold down the B button, and that'll end the day. So that was battle number 7. So we've got almost half of them done. There will be 15 battles in total. So I'm just guessing behind world record pace at this point. But again, that's fine. I've already, in my head, committed to doing this again. And practicing and being more optimized. Talk to Shoma in the bottom left. Got him. Good. And then they'll chat. I think they're just like, oh, congratulations. Even though you've lost your incredible gains and your height. Yeah, technically Shoma was supposed to be really good against that boss. It makes sense in the story, but for a speed run, I mean, I guess he punched it twice, but it's funny, Shoma's the defensive guy, and we used his only offensive attack twice and nothing else for that. No, dang it. Okay. Yeah, the bed can be a little tricky to... Oh, I guess we only had one. Okay, that's fine. Day 46. Give it up for day 46. There will be a knock on the door. I wonder who it could be. Ato or Nozomi? Yep. Just a guess based on, you know, based percentage-wise, you know, the odds were in the favor of it being those two. Now we go to the war room. I believe we just talk to Nozomi in the center. Might need to pan down slightly. I guess not. Okay. They're going to talk about something. I'm not sure what they talk about. I'm nearly halfway there. Man, if this was the halfway point, if this exact moment was the halfway point, it'd be a pretty good time. But I do not know. Did I just go? Yeah, there's still free time. I shouldn't have clicked past this day yet. How could I forget free time? Silly me. Yes. Okay, and that'll end the day pretty much. Just hold B the rest of the way. Day 47, simple one. Oh, get a flashback of Karua, of not Nozomi. Or maybe it is Nozomi, you know? At this point in the game, we technically don't know, so. Will we get a clear answer by the end of the speed run? Well, we'll just have to see. So we're going to warp to the cafeteria. Our dialogue, free time dialogue. I'm sure if we did a search for the word DIA in my document, I've written it over 500 times. Because after the first couple, that's just what I wrote, DIA. It's like, okay, this is dialogue, and it's like, well, do you need to write that down? Because you're just holding B, and it's like, anything for efficiency. So I'm clearly not gonna set that time from the battles. Work the cafeteria. I don't know if there's dialogue, but we do need to talk to Ato. Yes, there is. Oh. Heard some voice acting. And then free time. I don't know what the revelation there was. Takumi looked concerned about something. I don't know what we learn in this little gap. I'm trying to think of which boss exactly is next. All the bosses, even though I think overall as part of the game, most of them aren't as fleshed out as they could. I don't think that's a controversial statement, but in gameplay wise, they all are very stand out and memorable for the different gimmicks, not only in their ploys to take over the school, but how they play and how they look and stuff. And it all kind of feeds into the plot as well. Okay, so dialogue until we go back to our room. And then talk to the bed. Was there anything else I didn't have too much here. Talk to the bed. And then someone's gonna visit us. Or we just decide to go out on our own. Which he sometimes does. But now we just hold down B. He's like, oh wow, rain. Because, you know, where he grew up was like in an underground bunker, so he's not familiar with weather. Whereas Karu was very interested in that sort of stuff. And then we look at the moon and it's like, What? It's a spaceship? Or something? I don't know if he perceives... I think he does. He's like, oh, that's weird. But he's not as familiar with the moon. Then we see the Flame Boy. I think that was him speaking. We heard him a little bit. But otherwise we can't perceive what he's saying. And then we pass out and we fall asleep outside in the rain. Which is a crazy thing to do, just on the ground. I think the pre-recorded message from Siri congratulates us on day 50. Now we're halfway through. By days. Actually, no, because, well, I think we technically need to beat day 50 to be halfway. Warp to the cafeteria. There's a bit of movement, so this won't be a breeze day. Day 50. Give it up for day 50. Oh. Alright, so we're warping to the war room. There's no fight on day 50, so I forget what this is. Getting hypothermia, getting the flu. Oh, this one, I think there's just... Oh, I remember. So, at second to last Defense Academy, before we got there, one of the students was kidnapped. And she's now appearing right here. And she's bedridden, because... Okay, we select the door. And talk to her, Moko Majiro. So, I remember where we are now. Talk to the door. There's some dialogue. Walk very slightly to the right. Talk to Nozomi. And then hold down the B button for the rest of the day. So she's talking about like, oh, Moko was so cool. You know, we were about to all get killed. And she saved us. Day 51. Now we're at the halfway point in terms of days. Again, if it was exactly 50-50, I think we would just barely beat the time. No, actually we wouldn't. we would be over. So hopefully it's a little past the halfway point. Again, I'd be sort of surprised if this was if I set the world record. I think second place is entirely possible. But I don't actually know. Again, because I don't have the splits. I just barely figured out how to freaking put the timer on in the first place. You could watch the VOD of the first 10 minutes to see that mess. Actually, you could just check out the first 2 streams before this that are about 2 minutes and 1 minute long. Go to the cafeteria. And then we're going to talk to Kako on the left. I think she's mad because she wants to help. And her brother doesn't want her to. Man, slight bottom right room. And then Ima stabs Takamaru, which is crazy. Slight bottom... I gotta see what I'm looking... Oh, I think I'm in my room. Or I'm in Takamaru's room? We'll see what I'm doing. There's an input here that I'm not quite sure what it's going to be. I think it's going to be in our room. Yeah. I think we've been slipped a note. Yep. Alright, and that's the end of day 52. Day 53, we got a lot of stuff, but still no battle. I think we're pretty much done with... I think maybe there's one more exploration segment. I can't believe I got in a fight after saying that was the most important thing. I mean, I guess I can. Yes. I don't think these choices matter. So I think Kako slipped us the note. She's like, you gotta persuade my brother to fight. And Ima's like, you better not do that. Or you gotta convince Kako to not fight. Or I'll stab you. I think that's sort of how that conversation goes. So we're gonna figure out how much time? Oh, I imagine I've lost a ton of time in the fights. Because I've definitely added at least, I think, 2 extra turns that weren't on how I've got it routed. Because I messed it up. And then there was the extra fight that I got in Exploration, which for sure added a minute. So 5 minutes would be fair and probably a little conservative, TBH. But I think it's fair to say battles by far are the make and break points. I mean, you could do these selections slightly quicker, but the battles, you've got to really have that mapped out and know what you're gonna do, which I sort of have. I've got the concept of strategies. That makes it sound worse than it is. I've got instructions written down, and I've practiced some of the battles, but, you know, in the heat of the moment, yes. Okay, so we made the scooter, which is what she likes. And now we're going to try to persuade Kako, I believe, to not fight. Because Ima said he would stab us. First up. Sorry. I didn't miss it, thankfully. And then the first left. Hers is pretty short. And then she's trying to convince us, and we're like, well... And the first down. Okay, and that's pretty much it. Now we just gotta confirm the option. Alright, and then there'll be some more dialogue, and that'll be the end of the day. Oh yeah, the persuasion didn't work. I don't need to act too surprised about that. So it says persuasion failed, but that's how it's supposed to go. Because she's like, well, no, I want to fight anyway. And then, I mean, we'll sort of see it play out here. But Ima's there, he's like swayed enough by her conviction. So she will... I guess he's like, okay, you can do whatever you want. So I think I'm remembering what the boss is. I thought I knew, I didn't know what it was. Then I was like, oh, I remember this. And then it's like, well, it's not actually that. I was like, okay, it's this one. It's the smoke boss, basically. I'm trying to be coy for some of the people who haven't played the game that are watching. But I also know a bunch of people who have played the game will be watching. Or maybe not. Because the New Game Plus world record only has, like, I think 150 views. Mr. Color Printer. Yeah, you can check his video out on speedrun.com. And definitely watch it, because I got a lot of the strategies on the battle from him. Or her. And then sleep again. Oh, there'll be a skip, I think, because the alarm's gonna ring. Yep. Skip that. And select the door. There'll be some dialogue. Then we gotta warp to the Warren. Dialogue and a skip, and we will enter battle number 8 on day 55. I don't think this one's overly tricky either. This will, this might surprise you guys, but this one's going to be a Tsubasa is going to kill everything on the field in one turn. Oh, there we go. No attack potion. Oops. There we go. Yep. Can't hit another one. Yeah, Tsubasa, and I'm excited to see her operate in the any percent. Because the strategy will be a bit different, but the fact that she can move around so much will just be an incredible boon. Probably that. Do that. Yeah, in my notes I just have Tsubasa kill. That's all I have written down. So there'll be a couple enemies. Oh, is that it? Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, there we go. There's the last enemy. Just kill that. And that's the end of Wave 1. Okay, there's some dialogue. And here's where the smoke machines come out. This is sort of an annoying one, but it's not too bad. Skip the dialogue. Because the way to do this wave is not too bad. Go over here. And we're gonna stab. Stab. And stab. I think the stab animation is faster. That's why I don't do the side there. Okay. So now there's a hidden boss somewhere in the smoke. Oh, there's a skip as well. Let me hold down the plus button. There'll be a cutscene that we're skipping right here. Alright, let go of the plus. And, okay, so Kako and Ima join. And then we could see the boss here. Squad 6 Commander. Boop. So, we've got to defeat the smoke monsters and then the boss. So, Ima, left 1, up 2. Yes, super. And then Yugamu. Yes. 1, 2, 3. And then where should I do? Okay. Where you're gonna do boost, attack boost. And then we're going to do attack potions as well. Right. 3 on. Yes. So we do that to hit the enemy. What makes Kyoshika really good is if there isn't an enemy near her. This might not be the greatest control. I don't think the damage matters too much. And then we super with her. And that should end the battle. So there's a couple different there's like 3 or 4 really good strategies. One of them is just Kyoshika soloing. Getting an attack potion, sometimes getting the boost, moving around a bunch, getting in front of the boss and just doing a ton of damage like that, just spamming the normals. Because you saw you were getting like 8 damage from that. Okay. So we see, oh my gosh, the commander, they look human under there. What's the deal with that? And they're like, now we have a real problem with killing commanders. And she's crying. They can't understand her, but they could tell she's like begging for her life. And I don't think you get a choice this time, but they do eventually decide to spare her. Why do I have select? Oh, here we go. That's why. I gotta mash it for there. Okay, well that was a pretty good battle. I didn't mess up. I was a little slow on the inputs, but I think if that's the worst that I do, then it was a pretty good fight, so. You got to see 2 of the quintessential strategies there. The Tsubasa attack potion, clear the board, and then the Kyoshika attack potion, clear the boss. I don't know how many more Tsubasa ones we get, but Kyoshika doing that will be viable. I mean, it's a strategy we'll use a couple more times this one. Alright, so day 56 we slept through. Now we're going to the cafeteria. Other than that, this is a quintessential normal day. Dialogue, cafeteria, dialogue, free time, dialogue. End of day. So everyone's recovering. Pretty much everyone. I think everyone at the school is now on the team. So everyone who's around. We still have no idea what happened to Hiruko at this point. And we've got Moko sleeping and recovering. Which she will wake up in the coming days. We will see her soon. We might see her as soon as this next day. Day 58. Yeah, I'm feeling good about that last battle. I'm starting to get the hang of it a little bit. Maybe because I'm not incessantly talking with chat. No offense. Chat, that's on me. Walk right and then go down. We can't warp. Then there's some dialogue, and then yep, we talk with her, and now we can warp to the cafeteria. Stuff like that's the reason why I took notes. Because you can be, if you know those stuff, you can be fast. You can be a little bit faster. Okay, Moko didn't wake up this day. It might be day 60. I'm thinking based on my little note sheet that it won't be tomorrow. Because tomorrow's a basic day. A basic day with the 5 inputs. They're talking about a dog? I don't remember what this conversation was. Oh my god. I mean, I guess I could... that would probably be something for the lecture, but they play Claire de Lune so much from this, and it's obviously because they use it in V3. And obviously it's used so much better in V3, but... Okay, don't go to the next day yet. Warp to the cafeteria. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. So Nozomi's taking care of Moko because they're really tight from the couple of days they spent in second to last Defense Academy. They weren't together that long. It was like, I think 10 days. I think it was day 10 when they got attacked, but hey, you know, I guess bonds can, you know, in a highly stressful situation. Yes, it should have been, I would say, best narrative, but I don't think any of the panel is gonna spend the time to play through the game. Obviously, if it got best narrative, it would only be because they were told that they should have best narrative. Tactics, maybe. I think it's fun, but I don't know if it's... I mean, it's pretty tactical. As you could tell from the speed runs, I'm trying to do very specific things. Definitely best narrative, but I'm not surprised I didn't get it. And we're going exploring this time. We're going out into the wilderness. Again, arguably the most dangerous part of any 100-line speedrun. Oh, gotta skip this cutscene of the fire. Yep, definitely best narrative. But I'm not surprised. Because I think the writing, it's hard to look at it in its totality because there is so much of it, but the story is legitimately amazing at its best. Where are 3? Two. Go 1. Oh, crap. Okay, good. Okay, it's right. We got 1, that's good. And the 3 chains into that, perfect. We'll go 4. The blues are less dangerous. Oh, it's not predictable at all. It is so crazy. The story gets unbelievable. And it's so good. 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll go with the 4 to get the lighter one. Story's not predictable at all. 6. I mean, I think even if you haven't beaten Route 0 and you're watching the speedrun and you see... Shit. Oh, I should have gone. Oh, good. That was a forced stop. Excellent. Okay. Yeah, I think even seeing the craziness of how this route ends, you still have just a minute amount of the full picture. We'll go 4. I think we could take it. 3, because the question mark I think can also result in fights. Okay, it doesn't matter. Good, good, good. Okay, and now there's just dialogue. Yeah, the narrative is phenomenal. The main route, even, you know, they're like, all the endings are fleshed out, and they are, but the actual, like, what is going on is unbelievable, and it's always full of surprises. I think no matter what you can say about this game, predictable is not that. They have a heart-to-heart here, Takumi and Nozomi, where Nozomi's like, okay, I'm not this person, but you know, we could still get along or something like that. I forget. That's a kind of an important conversation there. I don't even remember why they're exploring. I've been too wrapped up in this, but warp to cafeteria. Yep, I do not recall why they were out exploring, but I believe now Moko is it? Yeah, Mokoko is awake. Moko Majiro. Yep, there she is. I don't know where I'm getting Mokoko from. Yeah, there's like... At the ending of Route Zero, there's a lot of big revelations. And there's so much, like... There's... It's just so funny what they leave you with. And in Route Zero, it's like you're deprived of so much information. Because Sirei is dead, and Hiroko's not there. And Takumi has no idea what's going on. So they do a really good job of keeping the mystery alive for so long in Route Zero. I'll talk to Moko. Sorry, that was an incredibly long tangent. After this, they start catching up. I forget what she says about how she ended up here. I think she's just like, I eventually escaped or something. And Nozomi is she's a little apprehensive there for some reason. Which maybe we will learn why in the next 5 minutes. Or maybe not. Okay. That'll end day 62. Day 63. Give it up for day 63. Okay. Warp to cafeteria. Okay. Get my... I have this in a Google Slides document. So it is just a PowerPoint with a lot of text. The thing that's kind of hard about this, and that'll be super hard for the later categories, is there's not a lot of detailed information on what goes on each day, which is why I had to make this. Well, no, it's very helpful, so I know which one is which. I'm moving the slides down to the next slide that just has a wall of text. I think the speed run is not intensive enough to where it's not a big deal that I'm using this. I could definitely use some water though. Fuck. Okay, missed that. Dialogue. Whereas if I was playing, say, like the original Mario, I couldn't have a page of notes that I could scroll through. It's like, I'm holding B for the next minute, so I can scroll or I could take a sip of my energy drink. Day 64. I'm trying to remember what happens on this day. That other chatter, whose name I apologize, I didn't even perceive. Shoot, I should have looked at the classroom. I didn't need to exit the door there. If you're still listening, or if you're not, that's okay. But, who obviously played the game and is very interested. Who's obviously played it before and I guess interested in the speedrunning. He said he liked this day. I'm trying to remember what she's saying here, but I don't recall. So I apologize. I don't remember why this is your favorite day. Yeah, Gigerej. I'm sure they will. I think it's cool that I was able to direct them to the speedrunning page. And, you know, even if it does hurt my competition, I'd be happy to introduce even one person to this, I guess, somewhat community. Dialogue. So, Moko gives a bunch of funny anecdotes in the morning. That's basically what's happening. Select the door here. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know if they've decided to follow me or not. I did put that alert on, but walk right to the stairs. And then we're going to go down 2 more. I didn't check if this is what you're supposed to do, but I do trust the guy who put the time in. Walk a little left to classroom. This one. Yes, okay. See, I almost missed it there. That you can't just warp there. So Nozomi and Moko are having an argument here. Uh-oh. Something's going on here. Warp to upper roof. Because I'm already on the roof. And by upper roof, I mean that part. Slight right to Nozomi's room. Let me click that. I don't think this is a super important. So they talk, and I believe I just gotta click the door to leave. Or I believe I click my door next. Again, I don't have what happens in the story written down in this document, but I do have the inputs. So, like, I believe here Takumi wakes up in, like, the night. He, like, hears something. Oh, he sees the flame boy. And the flame boy's trying to tell him something, but he can't hear anything. And he walks, so he's like, well, I better go figure out what that's all about. There's some dialogue. I guess he's wondering. We go down the stairs. There's some dialogue. We see Moko. Oh, what? No, she's acting weird. So we go right here. I don't think I need to do anything. Now she's acting really weird. Oh, shoot. Okay, I've got to click B to resume the skipping. Is it this one? Yes. Okay. And there's two skippable cutscenes here. Uh-oh, what's the... Oh, that's scary. And she's trying to get to here. And this is, behind this door is what the invaders are trying to get to, basically. So I believe between a combination of me skipping the dialogue and skipping the cutscenes is, the next battle will start. And this one's a pretty easy battle, too. This one's very straightforward. So, something's going on with, you know, a former classmate at the second to last academy. I guess they've been taken over by an invader or something. I'm speaking like I don't know. Defeat Moko Mojiro, question mark? Okay. Take an attack potion. And then take a spring right here. I guess it doesn't matter which one, but impact stab times 5. Attack stab times 5. Impact stab times 5. Impact stab times 5. Okay. Yep. This one's pretty straightforward. Skip that cutscene. You saw the ending of, is it the Killing Game route? Yeah. That one's really funny, because it's also a lot different than what goes on, so... Like, all the endings are different. If you just watch one of them, like, out of order, the picture you'll get is completely crazy. That one's still one of my favorites. I've still been keeping up with my ranking, even though I haven't gotten a new one in a while. Okay. So Kumi takes an attack motion. And then, down 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, left. Super, there we go. And then Nozomi heals him. And then Takumi impact stabs Moko 4 times. I've got to check this because I think my damage is a little better than attack. Yes. I keep mashing too soon. 3. No. And then ultimate. Alrighty. No. Then we go to Kyoshika. She's going to spring in front right here. Nope. And then she's going to take a desperation potion to knock us down to 1. When characters have 5 HP or less, they're able to use their super at the cost of sacrificing themselves in battle. Since we're at the end of the boss, it doesn't matter too much. That one could have, again, because I didn't play test this, I suspect that the person who does have the record for New Game Plus didn't quite have everything unlocked like I do. So I think some of his damage is a little bit different. I'm not sure, though. That's what I get for not play testing. I think there are little tweaks you can do if you have everything maxed out. Like, I don't have everything maxed out either, but I think I have the necessary springs and potions and stuff. But that was pretty... I mean, that's a pretty easy one. I didn't mess it up too much besides, besides not stabbing quick enough. Okay, so that was battle number 9. We have 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 6 more. 6 more battles. 6 more battles, an hour and a half. Is that about right? Some of the upcoming battles aren't super hard, and some of them... I mean, none of them are technically hard. Some of them are very much a lot involved. Lots of steps. One of them's like 5 waves and like multiple turns to clear the objectives. So I would imagine I'm closer to 5 hours than the world record, but we'll see. So the commander confirmed there that they like killed... I think they kidnapped her, and they killed her pretty quick. They got enough to, like, sap her memories and for him to pose as her. For that commander to pose as her. Talk to Shoma, slight right. Shoma's not there yet. There we go. He's slightly down. Okay, there we go. I guess he is slightly... Okay, I read it wrong. R to the courtyard, which is on the 2nd floor. Okay, so they put the commander that they captured in here, and now looks like they've escaped. Pan down to the lock, make sure I get it. I think that's a pretty generous hitbox. So, uh-oh, the commander that we kidnapped is broken out. And I believe what happens here, he's like, I wonder if the Flame Boy did it. He's suspicious of the Flame Boy. And I believe Ema is also missing at this point. If they haven't said it yet, I believe the implication is Ema was kidnapped by the commander. We can see that one of the fire extinguishers is taken and the other is destroyed. And when Kako comes back... I think she confirms here that Ema was taken. But that's pretty much it. We're just skipping dialogue for this. So a lot of crazy shit has just happened in the last 2 days. Ema, if you'll notice, was not that useful in this so far in the speedrun. And Kako's been almost completely useless. I don't think we've used Kako once yet. Kako's a very hard unit to use, and I can see why we will use her at one point in one of the upcoming battles, but for the most part, she's very, very situational. Which maybe I'll explain why. Maybe. I haven't done a very good job explaining what the units even do. You can sort of see what they do just based on how I'm playing and their usefulness. If you've played the game even a little bit, you sort of get a sense of what they do. And which ones are useful for the speed runs. Okay, hold down B, and that'll be the end of day 67. That's the 2/3 mark. Again, 2/3 would be pretty good. That means we're on a 4:30-ish pace. But again, no idea. I would only suspect the days roughly correlate to how far along in the speedrun. Although that's probably a good testament to the pacing of the game. Pan slightly left to Nozomi. The fact that it's pretty even in the speedrun. Okay. Oh, she collapses here. So, Nozomi, her blood powers are a little bit different from everyone else's, and they explain it over the course of this route. No, okay, good. Basically, her blood powers are artificial. She was experimented on by her mom, who is a researcher. So her powers are a little incomplete. That's what's going on this little arc, I guess you could say. And Nozomi's story is very similar to what Takumi knows about Karua, his childhood friend. But some of the details are a little bit different. And that's why he kind of just tells himself that they're different people. Well, speaking of, see, they look pretty much the same, just different hairstyles. I wonder what's going on there. Maybe I'll just not mention what the revelation is at the end of the route. Because it is just dialogue that we're going to blow through very quickly. Maybe I'll keep that revelation a surprise. He's playing cool music for day 69, which I don't believe is consistent for some of the later routes, but so that's what the music's all about. Flip to the cafeteria. And then we'll talk to Kako on the left. Now, Kako's really concerned about her brother being... Talk immediately to Nozomi's door. So we'll go to her room. Day 69. Nice. Yep. And we immediately talk to her door, which we're standing in front of. Yeah, a little bit different, but but still very much the same. I don't know if the build's even really that much different, but yeah, I think he even says something about day 69. It's like, nice, it's day 69 or something like that. Okay, free time. Hitting the sack. I think day 69 is the only time where that music plays too. That's I know Death by Music. You don't know this game, but you've like summed this game up so well with just that statement. Free time equals sleep time. All right, someone's gonna knock at the door. Okay. After this, we're gonna warp to the garage. And then we're gonna warp to the entrance. So they built a new fire extinguisher for us to get out of, so that we can go rescue Ema, and maybe go find that commander who escaped. Oh god, there's an exploring section here. Okay, fingers crossed I don't mess it up and get in a fight again. There'll be a skip here that I did not have written down. Okay. So we're going up. Okay. 6 will get us a free space. Nice. We're going 3. We'll go 4. Nice. Get the 3. Oh, we'll go 1. Nice. Go 4. Hit that. Hit the 3. Nice. We'll hit a 1 just so we can guarantee a free space next time. Yes, perfect. And we'll use the 2. After the first route, the fire level is pretty insignificant. We're gonna save the 3 because that card carries over to the next area. Although I guess it doesn't really matter. That's okay. You can see there's a little bit more danger here. Continue to explore. We're gonna use that 4 and we're gonna go over here. And hit the 2. We gotta hit the 2. We've taken no damage, which is amazing. So we could take a little bit more risks. The blues, usually a safer item. Yellow's intermediate, and that's bad. Alright, well, we've hit 2 on the exploration. Yeah, so this is where optimization can occur. Okay. Yeah, so this is all just lost time. Yep, unfortunate. And I picked the blue one because it's easier. Okay, 6 doesn't hit it. Go 5. Oh god, I've got a 3. That 2. Okay, that's fine. I'm not gonna get in that fight. Oh shit, that's okay. I'm just mashing A. Yep. So new game plus, you want to have as little interaction as possible on the exploration segment. Anything you talk to, any fight you get in is just a waste of time. It doesn't help you at all. In the any percent, I think there are certain target number of equipment stuff that is important, but I don't think that made any sense, that jumble of words. Okay, it's the morning of day 71, so we're gonna warp to the war room. I think we've got a beat on saving Ima. So we're going to talk to Yugami on the right. So dialogue, and then we're going to warp to the bus. So we're going to leave the academy. And I think they're going to explain here, basically. They found an enemy base that they think Ima has been potentially taken to. Okay. Go into the garage here. A whole bunch of dialogue and skip and dialogue and skip. Oh shit, now I gotta select the bus. Oh my god, I can't believe I don't... See, I gotta work on my instructions. Okay. But basically dialogue and skip the rest of the day. Skip that. I'm just holding B and plus continuously until I see the end of the day. Skip that cutscene. That's the enemy base. I think it's like they're gonna wait a day to attack it. They're like, we found it. We're gonna wait a day. So she's really sad. We're gonna wait a day to rescue her brother, but oh well. What can you do? And now we need to talk to Carrara on the left. Shoot. Warp to right here. Walk slight right to Nozomi's room. And then we'll go to her into her room and talk to her on the left. Yeah. See, those 5 seconds, if you do that 100 times, that's, you know, almost a dozen minutes. Talk to her again. Dialogue, and we're gonna warp to the bus. That's why, because it's like the speedrun's so long. I think we learn more about the blood powers here. And remember this scene. I mean, I guess it won't matter because we're flying through the dialogue so much, but it is very important that Nozomi is telling Takumi so much about this stuff in her room. We might see the CG of it. I don't think the map... I mean, it might be a little bit of a debuff. Like, selecting those is the hardest part. The most noticeable part to me of potential time losses. But I think the loading would be probably the biggest issue. Oh, gosh. Getting the door and not talking to Eito there is so hard. Skip 2 cutscenes. And then we're going to enter the battle. So I don't really know exactly how slow the Switch is compared to the PC version. All the highest times are on PC, but there's also not a lot of speedrun entries. So I don't know if that's just the, the PC players being better or if their loads are better. Okay, this one I've practiced a little bit. I say that, but it's also a little tricky, so... Right one, up to air. And this one I optimized a bit. And agility potion. And air right there. See, this one I might not even need to look at it too much. Spring to the top of the T right here. And here we're going to stab down. And then we're going to go here, stab there. And then we're going to down one ultimate. And then we're going to go down to Eito, and we're going to kill the last enemy. My optimization on that particular wave was I basically cut Eito's normal attacks at the end there down from 3 to 1. Alright, we're we're gonna be seeing a lot of Kyosuke here. Give her an attack potion. Right 2, up 1, attack. Up 1, attack. Right 1, face that way, attack. Up 1, attack there, and then do twice. Then we're gonna go up and attack once. We're not gonna end the turn. Ado super right where he's standing. And then Kyosuke up 1 attack. Then she's gonna go right 1 attack. She's gonna go right again and attack. Then she's gonna go up 1 and attack. And then to finish it off, Takumi is gonna go all the way over here and attack. Yes, and the turn. Gonna mash again. Yes. And then finally an enemy is gonna come up. Alright, we're gonna give you an attack potion. And you're gonna attack to the right. Let's see. Attack right. And then we're gonna go up twice. And then we're gonna go to Takamaru. I think the order on this doesn't matter too much, because we've got our voltage up to basically max. We're gonna super him. And then go to Nozomi. Paralyze down 1. Take you out. Now here we're gonna see something funny about Kako. Basically, if she has to move before her attack, she loses a lot of damage capability. So that's why you know, the person who has the world record did the spring there to preserve her. And then we're gonna ultimate there. I think the order of this could be optimized a little bit, but you know, obviously beggars can't be choosers. And then we're gonna go all the way over here, take you out, and there's only one spot it works. And then we're gonna end the turn prematurely. You'll notice it didn't give us to it automatically, and that's because there is one enemy still around. But it's a little faster to let him move. Nozomi, paralyze, take you out. And we're gonna paralyze, take you out. And then we're gonna paralyze and take you out. And then we're gonna go to Kyosuke, give her an attack potion. Up 1 attack. Up 1 attack. Now we're gonna spring, since we're out of movement. Attack. Attack you. And then attack you. I believe we end turn. Once again, we leave another enemy, but we're gonna let it walk to us. Okay, Nozomi, paralyzed bullet, take you out. Her position doesn't matter too much. And then there we go. Dialogue skip dia. Look at that. See, you could tell I practiced that one. I got that one down pretty good. Now, I don't know if the method is quite as fast as it could be, but, you know, I knocked out those inputs. So now we get the commander of the base. A little bit of dialogue beforehand. Okay, give you an attack potion. Now we're gonna spring, not quite to the front of the boss. That's only where we need to be right now. Give you a desperation potion. Again, I think this order is a little bit Unyield Spirit. That gives a little bit of an attack boost. Then we attack here twice. Then we attack you 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. And then we're going to regular ultimate, not sacrificer. And then Takumi is gonna spring in front of the boss. He's going to ultimate, and that should kill him. God. I could just feel the difference between a practice battle and one that I have not practiced. I know that one really well from the method I got. And I just beasted it, so. Okay. So this one, she needs to kill. This is why I grinded here. You may or may not have noticed, but Nozomi can only kill the commanders. It's specific when the story designates it, basically. I'm saying it's entirely possible. I won't mess up the battles. Hopefully I won't mess up the exploration. Maybe I'll just practice exploring and watching out for those, even if it is just RNG. Who's not to say this could still be the world record? Who knows? I literally do not know, so. But I think, yeah, if I did practice it, I think I could. And assuming the Switch's load times aren't as bad as I'm thinking they could be, then I could set the world record. But again, you know, at least for New Game Plus, I've committed to just going for #1 on the Switch. Because, you know, I could justify in my head doing the other categories on PC, just buying the game and doing it that way, because you're doing it all fresh. There's no pre-prep. You don't need to worry about your characters having good stats helping you out. In this one, it's very much the case, and that would take a long time probably to get to the end and then grind for all that stuff. Because a lot of the New Game Plus, maybe why it's so intimidating, is because you do need just a buttload of resources to do that. And if you're not like hardcore doing the exploration, which I was for a very long time, I was able to accrue all those stats naturally because I was like, I want my characters to be good. That's probably the barrier of entry for New Game Plus, that category. Why any percent's easier, just because you don't need a lot of pre-prep. It wasn't a lot of pre-prep for me, but I would say at least 8 hours. Having almost gotten all 100 endings playing naturally, it still took me about 8 hours of grinding to get all the materials to where I thought I was ready for this speedrun. Okay, so there was nothing that happened on day 73. I mean, I guess there was. What, hold on. Let me make sure So that commander, that body we found, that was the commander's body. They were like, oh, I guess they killed her. And we still don't know where Ema is. So that commander we saved, she's dead. We still don't know what happened to Hiriko, and we still have not found Ema. That's what's going on in the story right now. See, that's part of the reason why I was like, I could have chat on and, like, you know, somewhat tell the narrative while I'm speedrunning, because, you know, oh, this is the conversation. That they have a conversation in Takumi's room. I'm pretty sure it's this one. And Nozomi tells a lot of big stuff. She's like, my mom was a researcher trying to develop these blood powers that you have. So that's why mine's incomplete. But I saw you guys... Oh, her mom killed herself. A lot of stuff revealed here. That she's only told Takumi at this point, by the way. And then talk to her again. I believe we do it maybe one more time. So there's a lot of story-related stuff. And she's like, I don't remember an attack on the place we lived. Like, what happened in day 0. So, like, the time... So it's like, what's going on here? I think I've lost count already, but we either need to talk to her one more time or it's just dialogue till the end. But a lot of stuff just happened in that scene. Should still... maybe... No, okay. So Nozomi's like, oh, you know, I'm so happy, you know, we were able to have that talk and I was able to tell you so much. So he's earned Nozomi's trust, but he's like, what's the deal with Nozomi and Kara? Okay. Day 75, a simple one. Warp to the cafeteria, free time. Then sleep, sleep time. That's so funny. I know Death by Music. You know, I've pretty much known every chatter except for that, you know, one person who just came in. She knows nothing about this game. And she's like, free time equals sleep time. And it's like, oh my god, that's like maybe the biggest meme of this whole game. One of them for sure. It's definitely a top 5er. It's probably the sleep one or the Nozomi crouching sprite, which you've seen blaze by a couple times. Which is used in very funny context. Alright, this is a... Oh, well, this one's not a warp to cafeteria. Someone's gonna knock at the door. We don't go to the cafeteria, but we do have sleep time, so... I guess someone didn't knock at the door, but we had to exit there. It's like, oh, Nozomi, it's great. Let's walk to the cafeteria together. Saves me a warp. No idea what they're talking about here. Free time. Just happens. There's no reason for it. Sometimes Sirei, that's his name. Sirei will just have silly stuff. And it's pretty random when it happens. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's always on the same day. Because they're supposed to be pre-recorded messages. No reason why. And it's like, again... Sirei died on day 2 of the first route. He's so gone. Uh-oh. No, don't do that. Okay. The iPad... Oh, the iPad activated because it's I guess... It's not my iPad, but it has the voice functionality on when you say the name of the voice thing. I'm not going to say it because I need my documents. I need my paperwork to help me. But it activated just then, and I was like, stop. Alright, simple day. Looks like this is, well, this one's not quite as simple. There's no free time, sadly. So, we won't get to sleep. I'm starting to really regret not having a glass of water with me right now. I'm starting to get a little bit of a headache from the caffeine and the whatever else. Alright, this should just be dialogue till the end of the day. And we still got probably an hour to go before we're done. So, I've just got to tough it out. Maybe during the monologue I can go get a glass of water. But the monologue's like right at the very end, you know. Oh man. That might... I don't know if that would help. I was worried about the caffeine because I was like, what if I just like crash before I finish? So the joke is, and you'll see it a lot in the other 100 endings. Okay, so there's gonna be stuff happening this day. That he has horrible taste in music, so they'll play that song. And I kind of feel bad for the singer, because it's like, oh, you know, it's kind of a... Okay, skip that cutscene, good. Dialogue. I'm gonna walk to the right quickly. Okay. There's some dialogue. Mash X2 and then walk right. Juke. Juke, go upstairs. Okay, good. Gotta wait here. Dang. There might have been a... Okay. No, I don't think there's a faster way through. Actually, there might have been. Maybe going to that bathroom. Okay. So, they've come in here. So we're gonna lure it. And hide in here. Then continue to go upstairs. Again, you could probably do this one on instinct. I have the instructions written down. Gonna wait. Yep, this is the pause. Again, maybe there's a room we could have hidden there. Maybe that's a little bit faster. There might be some time saves there. Left, quick lure. Then right. Oh, I lost time there. Okay. And then hide in here. Then left. And I believe we just keep going. So a little bit of a time loss there. Again, the time losses aren't huge, but you can get a lot of them and it'll screw you over. So, okay, so we've made it into the war room and now we're gonna get into battle 11 on day 79. Oh god, this one, I think this one's a long one. There's like, I think 2 easy ones and a bunch of hard ones. Okay, I gotta pay attention. Dialogue, skip it. So leave. Gaku, just normal attack. Yep. And then give him an attack potion. Yep, we gotta do that. And we just march for a little bit. And one more? Yep. Face right. Just face right, don't actually go right. If it's go right, then I've lost a lot more time. But that's okay. Carrara, go right and tag 1. Takumi using the agility potion. Move. Far left. This way, yep. I guess it didn't matter, because I'm gonna spring in front of the bear. And then we're going to side slash twice. Yes. I've got to note when those turns end. It's useful to know. There might be a time save there if you can kill those 2. I think they popped out of the hole actually. And then Kako far left, and she loses a lot of power there. We only need 1 to kill it. Okay. Kako down 1 attack. And do that. And then Carrara attack. I think she just needs to kill these 2. And then Gaku attacks 1 more time, and that ends it. It doesn't matter if you... Okay, that ends wave 1. Not too bad. I followed my instructions correctly. don't think there's any major time losses. No cutscene skip. Actually, there is. Okay, so the others have made it to the war room finally. Because the enemies did get into the school. Okay, that's the skip. There'll be some dialogue. Okay, so we'll see some Tsubasa action. Oh, skip that. I should have skipped that. Some dialogue. Go right here. I'll do the normal attack. And then we'll go to Tsubasa. Give you an attack potion. Attack you. Attack I described it as a pod. Probably not the best descriptor because there will be pods down here. And then we need the attack boost. We've got some voltage up because we need to do 5 damage against this lot here. Yep, that's good. And probably down. Oops. No, I didn't kill. Okay, that's fine. That's not a big deal. Then you attack times 4. Kyoshka needs to go up 3. 1, 2, 3, and attack there. And that will end the turn. Again, there might be some time saves there. Okay. But there might just be too many enemies. I imagine if there was a substantial time save, then the person would have like gone with Tsubasa. Gaku, he needs to go down 2, and left 2. And then okay, let me give you an attack potion. Just so I can save a little bit of time, not have to attack twice. Left 2, kill 2. Okay, whatever. Tsubasa, attack times 2. So she needs to do this. Eito needs to go to the right and attack times 2. So take those out. Eito does a lot of damage, so he's a good unit like that. Then let's see. Left one down 3. Ultimate right there. Or agility if needed. I guess I didn't need it. Darumi. Up 1, right 1 attack. I think it's... Oh boy. Yeah, it's this way. I should have wrote the direction. And then move up and attack that way. Oh, I guess it didn't matter. And then, so then we go Kyoshka ultimate. I think just where she's positioned. And then Nozomi, oops, up here. Paralyzed bullet, up 2. And that is the end of that wave. See, there's a, you know, a fair bit of steps. I think even if it was perfectly optimized, but I don't know if Tsubasa's quite that good. As crazy of a statement that is. So, Ima's been absorbed by the commander. So this one, we gotta defeat all the enemies except for the thing. Because if we attack him, it hurts him as well. Is that a cutscene skip? Nope. So, they're gonna kill everything else while they try to figure out a way around it. Tsubasa... Give you an attack potion. She needs to attack twice. Okay, and then Takamaru. Put him up. Then use an agility potion on him. And then attack, and we want to do it on the right side. Okay. Kiyoshika. Up 3 attack. 1, 2, 3 attack. And then up 1 ultimate. Nice, nice. And we'll go to Darumi. Up 3 attack. Left 1 attack, and I specified up 1, which I'm glad I did. It's good note taking. Eito, right 2 Executioner. I think he's going to do this twice. And then Shoma, where are you? Oh, you're right there, of course. Up 1, right 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, shit. That's 2, 3, 4, 5. And then, defensive stance. I think that's where. Let me see. Okay. I think that's where I just end my turn. See, this battle I had a couple issues with. I think there's a little bit more efficiency that could be had there, but I see why he did this. Defensive stance. Okay, so we'll go to Gaku now. Give you an attack potion. Down. Let's see. Down 1, left 4. Yeah. Down 1, left 4. I messed up a little bit. Okay, Takumi. Right for air. Yep. Forgot the up 1. And then give you an agility potion. Air. Yep, there we go. And then end the turn. See, I've definitely messed this one up. That's okay. Shoma, do the ultimate right here, I believe. Yeah, his ultimate's pretty good. I don't need to do anything for you. Okay, Take care of you. Carrara. We will air you. I think that should be it. Okay. So we messed that up a little bit. There might have been an extra round, but we might have saved a little bit on the ending the turn prematurely. But that's okay. Okay. So we still need to defeat all the enemies except for the boss. Darumi, give you an attack potion. Left 1, up 4. Right 1. Give you an agility potion. Left 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh yeah, this one is not the most efficient either. I think we just F1 twice. Yeah. Another thing is just making sure I get the right instructions at the right place. That could very well be why I messed that up. Right 1, Executioner, do that twice. Executioner. Okay. Gaku, attack potion. Down 2, left 2 attack. Down 1 attack. Takumi. He is going to air. Right 3, down 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Yep, he's gonna air right. Air. Down 1. He's gonna down 1 air again. And then he's gonna down 1 stab. Yes, in the turn. I mean, I'll explain that after this this battle, how you can do that. Tsubasa down 1 attack. Okay. I wrote that specific instruction because the positioning in here, you can save a turn. See, by doing it in that order, you kill... Attack last guy, Darumi. Okay, Darumi. Darumi down 1 attack. Nozomi, paralyzed bullet. Ito. Ito's ulting here, right? Yep. Ito left 1, down 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ulting you all. Takumi is stab the big guy. Takumi stab. And then side so you don't have to move. And then end the turn. I believe the places he warps to is random. I'm gonna have to check when I practice how to make that. Yeah, just take care of you and then attack. Then Shoma. Mega Punch. Oh, that's why. Yep, okay. I should have specified where he was springing to. Springing over here. That's fine. Oh my god, where's the last enemy? Right here. Yep, a little bit of time lost there. But again, that one's a cluster. You were talking about practice, Barnes GP. What you can do is you can select the specific day on the flowchart. I'm not going to show it because it'll lose time on the run. But if you select the day, you can select if you know where the encounters are, and it does list, oh, there's a battle here. So if you remember where it was, you could skip right to that day and just run that day over and over and do the battle that day. And sometimes, after the first route, you can skip right to the battle sometimes. Okay, so this one we're just killing the boss, which is a lot more straightforward. And if we did it right, we should have enough to have 2 ultimates. So, like I mentioned, that one battle I had a lot of practice on. That's because I did that day over and over and did that battle over and over. And obviously I was practicing speedrunning at the same time. I don't know why down 1 was important. I have that written down, though. Alright, Gaku. I believe he just ultimates there. And Gamu, again, this one probably doesn't matter too much. But see, the bosses are usually the most straightforward part of the battles, especially on the speedrun. I mean, normal playthroughs, they could be a little tricky, I suppose, but it's like clearing all the enemies, and sometimes they'll just be waves and waves of them. Skip this. I should have had that skipped. Okay. And we'll select 3 times. So that's how you could practice the battles, basically, just by doing them. And one of the facilities that I unlocked at the beginning is actually like a training facility, but it's not like of the specific bosses. Whew. It is almost midnight. That was battle 11, 12, 13, 14. I think we have 4 more. Yeah, I'm thinking we're probably not going to set the record. So Ima has been taken from we saved him from the boss, but he's been critically injured. So they're gonna do some surgery on him in just a second. It's not quite the menus, but if you click on the flowchart, because you know each. I guess I won't go into it too much for spoilers' sake, but there are you know, every battle's a little different. So it's like, you know, battle day 7 of X boss, you know, on this route, you know. Oh, but this character's dead on this route. You know, they're a little bit different. If that makes sense. It might not. This one's just a bunch of dialogue until free time. Going right to our roots. Yes, yeah. And for the, you know, for the Route 0 scenario, it's got its own special part on the timeline, so it's much easier to find. Versus, you know, all the subsequent branches after, they could be a little tricky to get. or to know where a specific things happen. Because scenario 1 is linear. It's very easy to see. Alright. Day 81. We're going to warp to the cafeteria. And we're going to talk to Kako, who's on the left. She's excited about something. I don't know what it is. And then we're going to get free time. After you beat the first scenario, there are, you get choices, and that becomes a branch. Like on day 3 or whatever, it's like, up to lab. Hold on. Then that becomes a branch. And then later on down the timeline, there's a branch, and branch, and branch, and branch. So the whole, 100 endings after the initial route is a big giant web. Whereas, if you're practicing for the speed run, it's easy to find because it gives you, this is the first scenario and it's all linear. So you just need to know what day you're looking for. So what happens here is they put Ima's brain in Siri's body. That's about it. So he's able to access some of Siri's information, which they'll talk about. Maybe I'll point out, or maybe I won't. It's still linear, but if I showed the timeline, which maybe I will after this is done, or maybe not, you don't get access to the timeline until you beat the first scenario. Until you beat this initial route. Okay, I put talk to Siri here, but really it's talk to Siri in Ima's body. And he's got a very small hitbox, so I gotta be careful. Okay, I took a little time there just to make sure I clicked it. Okay, so they're gonna talk about something. Gosh. The any percent will be similar to this, but second scenario and then all 100 endings, those are gonna be marathons. I'm really feeling it. It's like, oh man, I'm probably within an hour of getting to the ending. But can I do it for another 4 hours after that? Well, I'll have to figure out something. In the there was some discussion on the speedrunning website about breaks for the all 100 endings. If I do all 100 endings, I'm going to try to not take any breaks. And by not take any breaks, that means like maybe I'll like rush to the bathroom sometimes. And like hour 4, it's like, all right, going to the bathroom. I'm going to try to get this in under a minute. P%. Something like that. I'm going to try to do it all in one go. I have no concept of how long that's going to take. I don't even know my exact strategy. I have some vague ideas for how 100 endings might go. About which branches I should tackle first, but again, let's work up to it. Let's get New Game Plus done. Let's get the technically easiest category. I think I'm right at any percent. The number right here. Diaper Tech. I did think about that. I was like, what if I just have like a bottle under my desk or something? But no, I think I'm not gonna do that. Especially because I'm gonna be streaming it probably. I might do it a little more. I mean, I gotta stream it, even if there's goof off moments, It's gonna be history. Sort of. The longest, dumbest speed run, all 100 endings of the literal longest video game of all time so far. I gotta stream it. Okay, so we select the free time. Yeah, even if it's allowed, I'm going to try to do it all in one sitting. And I don't know how long it's going to take. I think the difficult part about that is going to be... We're going to select the door in a little bit here. I think this is a dream sequence. It's like, Karua? Oh, it's Nozomi. Oh. Yeah. So, I think 100 Endings is going to take a lot of routing as the pre-prep. And there's going to be, like, 2 battles that are going to be insanely difficult. This won't give away too much, just because, you know, anything can happen in these, but there's one route that ends with you having to fight 2 of the same boss, and it is so difficult. I struggled with it just on my normal casual playthrough with all the upgrades, so I can't imagine trying to do it with scarcity, with having like 3 things upgraded. It is going to be a nightmare. So, you know, figuring out problems like that. There'll only be a couple of problems like that. Shoot, that bus door is so difficult to get. Okay. So I think we ride in the bus for a while. And Ima as Sirei is driving us. Oh, here we go. Here's Hiruko. She's dead too. So, R.I.P. Hiruko. We hardly knew ye, literally. Remember her? We only saw her for the first, like, hour or so. I think she only saw, like, 3 fights. That's why assessing which characters are good at the speedrun is a little tricky to tell, because some of them aren't there at all. Like Moko, you don't play with her at all in Route 0. So she's not worth investing in. I didn't grind anything for her, because she's not going to be good for any of the New Game Plus stuff. Spoilers, she doesn't come back alive in the next 15 days or so. She's just dead. So I didn't grind with her at all. And there's one other character who you don't even get in Route 0. It's like, all right, I'm not gonna grind for. Shit, I missed the skip there. I missed it was a new day. I was rambling. Okay. Okay, so we're going to second to last academy. I forget why. I don't remember. That wasn't skippable. So we're gonna go right first. Okay, so we need to go up first, then down. This should be pretty easy. I don't think I'll mess up here. Then up, because the next one will be down, and then down. This is much easier. Then we'll go up, and we'll be safe to the end. Go in. There we go. Messed that one up. Up, left, and down. Then up, and we should be good to go. I think I put and stairs, which is not correct. Okay, so now they've detected that we're the invaders. The self-defense system has picked us up. Is that Shrine Rocket Girl? I do not know. Shrine Rocket Girl. Are you talking about... I don't even know who's in our party now. I don't know. Oh, battle... So, this is the 3rd time there's back-to-back battles. This one's pretty easy, though. Okay. Oh, and this one's super straightforward. Spring up to here. And then attack potion. And then stab 3 times. Oops. See, that's where the time loss is. My input's not being good enough. Okay, so there's dialogue and a skip here. I've got this all written on one page, so it can't be that complicated of a boss encounter. This one's actually relatively straightforward. Because the boss is sort of weak. It has an interesting gimmick. If you're not speedrunning it, it could be a little tricky. Like if you don't have the spring. The spring, you know, putting this document together, I was like, that's the GOAT item. Okay. There's some dialogue. So we're in spring again. Spring to here. And then a desperation potion. And then face that way. We'll just do that. It didn't really matter which direction I faced. Actually, probably... well, I don't think it did. Because I don't think it matters. So this boss is trying to... It can reverse time, and it's trying to put together Nigo because he could have information or intel that can help them. So we go to Gaku, go to the same place. It actually doesn't matter that much. And then we just attack him. Because he had 1 HP. Okay, that's the end of wave 2. Is there another battle after this? There's three. There's four more. No, there's 3 more battles after this. So I'm thinking we're not gonna get the world record, but that's okay. I think it's unfortunate because I don't think I'll actually know how much slower the Switch version is. I think I might after this. But, spring right here. And we're going to ultimate. And that one's pretty straightforward. Next battle's coming up the next day. I would say if you want to avoid... Oh god, this one. There's a lot of instructions on the next one. If you want to avoid major spoilers... I would say the next 2 battles are probably fine. The very last battle is like a big reveal for the whole route. So Nigo's gonna sacrifice himself by blowing himself up once again to kill the boss. All right. Really, if you want to, well, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. I would say the last boss is kind of a, you know, recontextualizes a lot of things that happen. So we need to select a bunch, then some dialogue is it's gonna be skipped, and then we will talk to Sire in the bottom right. Okay. So we're gonna talk to Ima Sire right there. I was hypothesizing that the second scenario would be about 7 to 8 hours. I would say no video. The voices will be in Japanese, so it's not that big of a deal. Okay, it's just dialogue for the rest of the day. It's dialogue for the rest of the day, but then we're going to jump right into another encounter. Day 87 has 1 skip and a bunch of dialogue before the battle. Oops. Hello? Okay, I think this is just not that skippable. This is kind of a cool part. Where the game becomes like an old school VN for a little bit. And all our friends are alive! Yeah! I should hold the plus, because I don't know if we've gotten that cutscene skip yet. We're gonna blow through this all really quick. There's no options we need to select, you know. Oh, there's Sirei! There's his human form. Oh, there's the ghost boy. And he's like, this is fucked up. So, I'm going to, in real life, set your head on fire and tell you to wake up. He's like, wait a minute. No, that's wrong. And then he's talking to us normally. In our consciousness. In Takumi's consciousness. I don't know exactly. I think he's just telling you stuff's going on here. Okay, and obviously it is the work of an enemy commander. And they've been attacking the base. Destroy the source of sound. Okay, so this one's a little interesting. I guess it doesn't matter too much for like a good speedrunner who can who knows what their attacks are. But basically it's going to be scrambled. It is sort of Ava. Okay, there's a little bit of dialogue here. But we need to stab 3 times. We need to destroy the source of sound. Much like the, damn, that wasn't it. That's the second one. Oops. Okay, there we go. First wave, pretty easy. The next 4, there's a little bit more to them. There's just dialogue. There's no skip. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, there's a bit of dialogue here. Didn't have that written down. Rip me. Gaku attack potion. Where are you, my boy? And then you're just gonna attack right there. And then we're gonna go down. I guess we don't need to go down. Then give you an agility potion. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then that way. Then we're gonna go to Tsubasa, give her an attack potion. Up to right 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Oops. Huh. Shoot. Alright, we're just gonna do this instead. Attack twice more, okay. I don't think it matters too much then. Spent too much time thinking about it. Kyoshika. Left 2. 2, down 2, attack. I think we go down 1 more. Oh no, we gotta... Got 1 attack. And then an agility potion. Super, the last 2. Okay, Darumi down 1 left 4. 4. Right 1 attack. Gotta do it twice. There's one, attack one. Oh, I guess I didn't need to do that. We'll give you an agility potion. When in doubt, agility potion out. Okay, perfect. Not a huge time loss there. I think only 1 or 2 maybe unnecessary rounds there at the end. I think Durley could have been positioned a little better, but that's okay. There's some dialogue. Destroy the source of the sound. Oh, that's right. It's gonna mess us up, so we can't do anything on this turn. So Gaku's going in. He's like, I know a way to get around this. So I don't think you can attack this turn. Skip. Yep. Okay, end turn. So there are 2 sources of sound, but Gaku's gonna give us the ability to attack. Yep, nothing you could do there. Okay. We're gonna just attack boost. And then stab. It's 2. And then we're gonna give you the attack potion. And then go all the way around. Gotta attack 3 times. And there's a skip cutscene here. Alright, this one wasn't too bad. So now we're just going to destroy the boss. You might notice, I believe it says 4 waves and I said 5. You will see why. You will see why I didn't delineate that in my instructions. So she's causing illusions to make enemies look like different ones. But in speedrunning, obviously, it's not a big deal. An attack potion. Down to air. Down 1 air. And we do that 4 times. I can't hit. Okay, that's fine. No. Okay, so I might have messed this up just a smidge. Oh, that actually works. Okay. We're gonna go to character we can't see. And we're going to ult again, just because. Stab would have been quicker, I bet. That's okay. Again, I don't think we're gonna... I don't think I was gonna get through the last 13 days in the next 9 minutes, so... Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder what... When I practice, I wonder if the Switch is just slower, or how much I can improve, because there's definitely room for improvement on the inputs. But how can I get to the speed of any percent? Is that possible on the Switch? I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. I'll probably be taking a little bit of, I probably won't be working on this at all until after Thanksgiving, so. Yeah, it's so easy to just have time slip away on the speedrun. So many little mistakes you can do to sharpen up that cumulatively add up to so much time lost. And hey, I can appreciate, you know, how much practice it takes to perfect the speedrunning craft. But I think if I can perfect the battles, I'll be pretty good. Okay. I think she can hit right here. We just do this a bunch. This one is basically a you just lose battle. So we've got to follow her for 4 turns. Okay. I was thinking maybe I could spring there, but I didn't. I mean, I could always spring. But whether or not I should, you know, is a different issue. I have to spring again. Actually, I don't think it matters too much. I think we can stab. We gotta get her to about half. And I think that'll do it. If it's to 30, I will be annoyed. Yep, there we go. Okay. Alright, it didn't matter too much, besides the spring shenanigans. It's... the final battle is usually pretty similar. We're still got like 13 days left, by the way. So we talked to Thire at the bottom right. Talk to Ima Sire. And then we talked again. Very different kind of final battle. Yeah, the Route 0 ending is a lot different from the others. I mean, I guess they're all sort of different, but if you do enough with 100 endings, it's like, okay, well, the final boss is usually very similar. Yeah. No, that is the Supreme Commander. But I forget if that was the final boss for the, talk again to him, I think. No? Okay. Yeah, the ending of the route you saw is pretty different from a lot of them. There's just dialogue today. You might just stay in bed. Nope. Oh, so they're like, oh, we're completely screwed now. We can't kill them. I don't know if... Oh, yeah, there's a lot of instructions for that. I was gonna say, I don't think this next one's difficult, but I guess it's a little difficult. Again, difficult's relative. I mean, more so, a lot of things to do. Versus spring Takumi to the boss and have him kill him in one hit. So we're gonna get free time for sleep. Oh, and that's the end of the day. These next couple days I've got all jumbled up. Because they've essentially they're like, oh, we're completely toast. And so they don't do too much on these days. We're on the home stretch, though. We are about to day 90. Warp to the cafeteria. Yeah, doing this run, I could definitely feel the parts that I prepped for really being helpful. And also, you know, the parts that I didn't prep for are really lacking and causing me to lose time. So, kind of like how I, that big test in my personal life that I was talking about, that I failed a couple times. But I think failing that test a couple times really gave me an appreciation for it and understanding of what I needed to do to eventually pass it. And that's what this will be anyway. I'll still submit this, of course. It could be second place still. I think second place is a distinct possibility. But, you know, we've got 3 minutes to go until the world record, so. You win this time, color printer, but I'm coming for you. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know if I'll even be able to beat you. It could just be impossible. Because if there is a difference on the Switch, if the Switch is just slower, then I'm not gonna... then the record for New Game Plus, I'll just have to settle for fastest Switch user. But if I could sharpen up my inputs, and it is, you know, the load times aren't drastically worse, then I think I can... Okay, we'll talk to Eito again. Only the Switch 2 mouse controls. I don't know if the PC version even has mouse controls. If I'm being honest. I think it might solely be keyboard. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I'm not sure. Okay, and just dialogue for the rest of the day. I don't know, because again, the 2 speedruns I saw, you know, there's very little commentary about those. So, I've never played it. I'll find out, I guess, if I have to get the PC version for any percent. I shouldn't say I have to. I should say if I get that. To try to be a little more competitive in the any percent category. Okay, so now they're really low on morale, but you know, you don't need high morale to sleep. In fact, low morale might make sleep a little bit easier. Yeah, because you know, I've seen the PC gameplay. When you're like going through and like selecting where to go on the map, it's not like an instantaneous click. There's still the gradual, slow moving circle that I have to do as a Switch player. So it could also be more precise because of the joystick I have to do for moving around and such versus the D-pad, which has very specific usage in battle. Which that might be easier on the PC. But that's a thought for another day. Okay, select the door. And then we'll select the door again. I guess because we're leaving. I don't remember what they're talking. Oh, I think here is the first time Ima and Kako are like, there's a traitor among us. Whoa. That's what they think. Okay, someone's at the door again. We're really depressed. We think we're gonna fail humanity. And Ato comes to try to cheer us up. Okay, warp to the cafeteria. And we'll talk to Nozomi, who's slightly on the left. I think they're having a big celebration here to try to boost the spirits. Okay. I think there was some point where everyone started to like suspect Nozomi and stuff. Maybe it was right there, but I forget when that happens. So I'm pretty sure it happens in this route too. Okay, day 94. We're gonna get to the second to last battle today. Yeah, I think we'll be very close, but I think second place is attainable. I didn't write it down, but I think it's like 457 or 458. I think we can beat this in under 30 minutes. Maybe. I'm not gonna make any promises. Alrighty. Oh, warp to L, right to the war room. I was checking to see if there was a cutscene. There's not. And we talk to Ato. So the Supreme Commander has come, and everyone's freaking out about it. Okay, there's a bunch of cutscenes here that we're skipping through. So I'm holding B and plus, probably for the next minute-ish. When to mute or to not watch. I mean, yeah. I would say after this battle. I'll let you know. So we're just skipping and dialoguing until the first wave. So I'll formally announce. It won't be right after the battle. But you can see how. Oh, so what this is you know, we still can't understand what she's saying, but oh well, Siri. Ima in Siri's body can understand their language and is translating, and it's basically like she's giving us an out. She's like, if you get in this pod, it'll take you to the base on the moon, and everyone agrees to take it except for us, and I believe Nozomi doesn't, because I think Nozomi is technically on the outs right now. But then she announces that she betrayed him. And I think she kills Ima there. Ima as Siri. So, rip that, I guess. Okay, so this is pretty straightforward, this first wave. Okay. So it says the win condition is unknown, but it is very straightforward. There's the desperation potion, and then ult, and we want to attack the pod. And that'll be the end of wave 1. Nice and easy. And I won't say exactly what happens in this, but And the explosion, Nozomi, oh, it's not looking good for her. She says probably some important things here, but I'll gloss over them for your sake. And then she's dead. Oh my gosh, she's dead too. Unfortunate. So he's pretty pissed about this, and he should be mad at everyone too for falling for it, because like if they weren't dumb and went in the capsule. Okay. So now a wave with a bit more going on for it. This might be the hardest remaining wave of the run. Okay. Oh, and the enemies start to talk at this point, which will happen in all the routes around this part. I'm in 5 minutes. Hopefully, if I can get... Well, I don't know if it'll take 5 minutes, but... Hopefully I can make good time and correct inputs on this. Tsubasa, attack potion. Right down to right here. Yes, okay, that was right. Yep, that was important. So I get that right. I think I just gotta hammer this guy. Twice. 1, 2. I wrote down this specific number. This will be 3. This will be 4. This will be 5. It's gonna take 6, unfortunately. Okay. Hirumi up, right 2. Oops. Right 2. And then attack times 2. Shoma. Shoma down. Down 1, right 2. Lure. And that'll end the turn. Okay, this one was the one I was a little confused about Shoma's positioning. So I think the last time I moved with him was not super ideal. And this one might look a little weird, but I saw what he was going for next turn, and I was, oh well, that's pretty clever. Okay, so 1, 2, oops. Yep, nope, it was right there. So ultimate. Is that right? Yeah, I think that was right. Tsubasa, Spring, Kako, who is over here. And then attack potion. Yeah, that's right. I think this run specifically, there was a little bit of optimization I did. I don't need to spring. So attack 5 times. Gotcha. 2. I think it's just clear this. Attack 2 more times. And we're doing this so we can get a little bit closer. And clear out. I believe this is the last guy. Nope. It's not, but that's okay. Okay, there we go. Oh, is there more? Okay, we're just gonna end turn. I think that's intentional. I'm not sure whether the, if there was one I missed. Oh, I missed one there. Okay, whatever. Bastard. Okay. Attack potion. Clear her side. Okay, I think it was. Intentional. Takamaru. Kyoshika. I think we just clear this as best we can. Oh yeah. This is right here. This one entirely was like, we're gonna spring. I think I need to move back one. There we go. And then we're gonna go to Takumi's side. Let me just spring to wherever I need to be here. Right there. Oh, shoot. Okay, well I messed that up. Okay, I almost got it. Yeah. I think I need all that. Okay, that's okay. That's not the worst thing. Yeah, you can tell the ones that are really useful. They're useful in the speedrun, but they're also generally the best one. Durumi's interesting. I did not expect her to be as useful as she was. Tsubasa I knew was one of the best. Takumi always is the best, and you'll get it. This particular, the way I've done it, doesn't show it off, but Nozomi is the second best character for her combo with Takumi. I guess it's just, I mean, we saw it once. Her healing and allowing you to do a bunch of ultimates. Okay, give her an attack potion, and we're gonna give her the boost as well. Oh, this one's really funny. So we're gonna spring her all the way as far as she can go, all the way over here. And then we're gonna spring once again all the way over here. Normal attack in front of the golds. Yep. And then I think they just do this. 2, 3. If I did the math right, this should kill. And then we go to Takumi. Oh, that leaves with one. Okay, that's fine. So I optimized it a little bit there. But obviously I didn't get it quite perfect. That's okay though. Okay, one extra turn. Not too bad. Alright, now it is really gonna come down to the wire for second place. We'll see if I can get it. I should make sure I get my pause. I guess I don't need it yet. I think I told myself I was gonna click on that for continue. Okay. Not sure what. Well, we'll see. I've written down an unclear instruction. I think I can. It'll be very close. I'll be very close to second. Oh, so Kako just brutally murdered Her. Because she's really pissed off that she killed her brother. There's a bunch of dialogue for a while. I would stop the visual right now, Barnes GP, by the way. Right here. We're about to see the final boss of Route 0, so... Okay, gotta go up a little bit. Didn't go up enough. Very cool. Then we gotta talk to the fire. Oh, and then that character appears again. I'm gonna speak in vague terms for my self-visually impaired viewer. Talk to him. And then we talk to that person a couple more times. Once. I think they're explaining some of the plot right now. Talking about, you know, stuff of the story. So. Eventually we make a choice. I haven't indicated any direction. So it's either going to be an option that it gives us for free, or we're already on it. Good. We're already on it. Select. Dialogue. Then we're going to click on the circle. Alright. Oh, got it. Yep. Talk again. Just making sure I didn't miss it. Here we go. And then, oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, and then that happens. They're explaining all the stuff they did. Oh, it shows when that happens. Oh man. I can't believe that character did that. It shows when that happened. Oh, and it shows you did that. That happened there too. And it's like, oh, you know, that was gonna be explained, but it stopped it. Then it's like, oh, remember when you were there? Oh, actually, I did this when you were there. Of course. And this is why. These are my motivations. Oh god, we're at about the we're almost at like the 3-minute monologue, so that's just gonna happen. There's no time saving for that. So the person who's still gonna have the world record for New Game Plus described this as the bathroom break, which, you know, we got about 10 minutes left. Hands off the controllers here. You can fight during this segment, but it doesn't do anything. It doesn't really. You just take unnecessary damage. I mean, I guess you could just, you know, fight during this. Oh, I think I'm gonna get a blister off the tip of my thumb by the way I've been pressing the pause button down. We'll see. I mean, I guess I'll see. Probably won't update anyone watching. Go get some water. We got 10 minutes left, hopefully. Oh, here's where I'm going to click on my... You can see my mouse. It's ready to click the pause button. Because it's coming up. It's coming up. Oops, I almost dropped my controller. God. I don't need any unnecessary time losses from my controller hitting it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure any damage you do to the boss. Again, you know, I put a lot of just assuming that the people who speedran this game know what they're doing, and that nothing can happen during this during this monologue.
リーダーになるって言い出した時もそうだよ。みんながまとまらないように彼女を陥れたの。あることないこと言ってた君を僕の側に引き入れ、孤立した彼女を殺したんだ。
This is just kind of funny. Unskippable villain monologue here, and just you gotta listen to it. And anything you do during this time will have no consequence to the ending of this fight. That's true. Yeah, that's probably why they. I'm sure that's exactly it. The game design reason why it's unskippable. So you have to hear it. You could get it all explained, and if you're a speedrunner, you can't kill them in 30 seconds. Or if you're a speedrunner like me, kill them in like a minute. Yeah, I don't think any of the voltage carries over either. I mean, I guess I'll test it, you know, just to be sure. I'm sure I'll test a lot of things on this. Because I am very appreciative of the person who does Mr. or Mrs. Color Printer for showing me so many strats. There's not a lot of guides, I guess, to speedrunning this. I'm sure there might be YouTube videos. I'm hoping there is, especially for the later battles. Stuff that I can use as sort of a base and build off of. Or just, you know, do it entirely. Because it's like, oh, they found the perfect method. But yeah, I'm assuming that they're, you know, competent, know what they're doing, and that there is nothing you can do here. I've seen it in a couple different places as well. So. Oh, he's almost done? Oh my gosh. Lost a couple seconds there. I guess you should be mashing minus there. Alright. There we go. There's a cutscene here that I have to skip. One of the most hilarious CGs of all time. I should say of this game, maybe not of all time. But the imagery of that person there the whole time, very funny. Alright, and here we go. The final boss of Route Zero. The final encounter, Battle 15. On day 95. Will we make it to day 100? We'll see. Super dope song. Might be pretty quiet here, but there's no way in hell I'm messing with the volume. Where are you, Takumi? We need to spring you. Spring behind the boss. And we will desperation potion. And we're gonna go like right here. With actual licensed music. And now we're gonna have Kyoshka spring behind the boss. Takumi's dead. R.I.P. Same sort of thing. Probably you're just right here. And we will give you an attack potion. And normal attack one time. Oh my god, if that messed up, I think it might have messed up. Okay, we're gonna give you an agility potion. And hit you right there. And I put extra super if necessary. I don't know if this will kill them entirely. Nope. And then we will... Okay. Let me... okay. Clearly... let me go give you the spring. Oh, Nozomi's dead. Alright, this is gonna be a very slow final boss. Oh god. Oh, I should give you the attack potion. Yeah. Oh boy. This is why you playtest your speedruns. I think we'll have enough. Yep, that'll kill. Okay. And that'll be it, it should be. We didn't even get to the really cool part of this song. Alrighty, I'll let you know when the spoilers stop. They're gonna have to deal with this this individual, or maybe it's a group of individuals. Who knows? I mean, I do. So I'm looking at the screen, but okay, they're looking at all that stuff. Very cool. I think we're gonna get it. I think we're gonna get second place. There's no more battles. There's only dialogue skipping, and I don't think there's gonna be more than 8 minutes of it. It's gonna be very close. It's gonna be very close. Okay, and I believe select. Okay, I think you're good to watch now. I think the bad people are gone. Okay. Day 96, excuse me. We need to talk to the window. Go through that. We need to look outside. Just some more dialogue, and that'll be the end of the day. The fire's gone because they destroyed the mechanism for creating the fire. So basically, their mission has failed. I think well, I mean, it's not worth going into, but I don't need to elaborate. You can, wait for the lecture or see, later stuff, but there's just dialogue this day. There's no inputs. He's in bed super depressed now that the mission has failed. Day 98. We talk to the fire boy one more time. And I think we can understand him for the first time right here. They explain why. There's a very specific reason why he could suddenly understand him at this time. I won't get into it too much. Okay, good. It was already on him. Just dialogue for the rest of the day. Day 99. Is it day? Yes, there's a day 100. Okay. Sometimes you don't always make it to day 100. We're so close! Are we gonna make it? Oh my gosh, this is so intense, and I'm just blowing through dialogue. Oh my god, we gotta warp a bunch of times. I don't know if we're gonna make it. Okay, we're gonna warp R. Gotta talk to these three. Oh, it's gonna be so close. Talk to you. Warp. Oh man. Am I gonna get second place? I think it's possible. I don't think this will take too long. There are 9 rooms we have to go to. Okay. We're gonna click R. If I really wanted to be good, I could write down, which direction to put on those skips. Shoma is very small and in the distance. Go warp there. Alright, here we go. School is powered down. I don't believe there's any power anymore. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Three more rooms. Thankfully, this isn't too bad. It's about 20 seconds, I'm guessing, per. Oh, it's gonna be so close. It's gonna be so close. Gosh, there's a lot of instructions on day 100. I don't know if it's gonna happen. Okay, there's just dialogue. Okay. Okay, here we go. We're getting to day 100. Oh man, oh man. Let's see. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I got a sore spot on the bottom of my tongue. I'm going to select the door. Someone's at the door. We're going to warp to the war room. Dialogue. 2 minutes. Dialogue, please be short, please be short. You see Karar without the mask, I think for the second time. Okay, they're gonna announce that, you know, there's still an escape. Come on, come on. They're telling you to go to the courtyard. Okay, okay. Gotta select the entrance. Got that. Good. Dialogue. Skip dialogue. Okay, I've got the timer ready. There's a cutscene. Come on, come on. Skip this cutscene. Okay, there's dialogue, and it's going to give us a choice here for like the first time in a very, very, very long time. It does not matter. You select the first option. It's asking... you know what? I'm not even going to talk about what it is. What they're saying. But they explain some of Takumi stuff. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh! Oh, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on. Oh my gosh, okay. I don't think we're gonna make it. This just takes too long. Come on, come on. I'm mashing A. I'm mashing A right now. We're trying. Are we gonna do it? Okay. Come on, come on. Go faster. I think we're gonna be just short. We're gonna be just short. Okay. They're gonna ask us again. We gotta do that again. I don't know what the exact time is. I've just gotta pray that his new game plus time was slower. He's got it's the same guy who's got a record in New Game Plus. Yes. Okay. Okay. Skip. We got some dialogue, and it's gonna put us in a battle. Oh man. Alright, come on. Oh, this is taking way too long. Alright. Oh, I didn't have a skip there. Okay. Alright, here we go. It's gonna load, it's gonna put us in a battle. Redo. Yes! There we go! That's the time! 4:57:51. Oh! Woo! Oh my gosh. Whew. We'll just skip all this stuff. Was that the credits there? I don't know. I think that might have been the credits. Oh man, let me look it up real quick. 4:57:51. I think actually there's maybe like a second when I stopped and started it. Man, if it's close. Oh man, let's see. Let's see. New Game Plus. 4:58:29. We did it! Second place! Yes! Second place! Let's go! Oh, by less than a minute. Less than a minute. Oh my goodness. Wow. That is awesome. Ooh, okay. Well, thank you everyone for checking that out. It was tense for like the past 10 minutes. purely just because it's like, how fast can I skip through the dialogue? Oh man. Well, that was fun. That was fun, everyone. I'll probably, what I'll probably do is I'll probably plug this into the editor, figure out exactly how long the pause was, and add it to the time. But either way, because I only lost about a second at the beginning, that should be second place world record, which I think for my first attempt was pretty good. I'm pretty happy with the prep that I put into this, all the information here. I think it was helpful. I think I'll practice. I mean, there's lots to practice. Obviously, doing all the battles, making sure my inputs, figuring out what's wrong on my list to figure out exactly what it was, and optimize stuff. So yeah, this won't be my last New Game Plus submission, but I can definitely optimize it. And even just like practicing, making the inputs faster. You could see that one battle on like day 72. I was pretty much blowing through it. I referenced it in my stuff on that battle about half as much, just because I knew it so well. So practice a bunch of stuff, but I'm excited. I'm happy for my first 100-line attempt at New Game Plus. I'm ecstatic that I was able to just barely nudge out second place and get that. So, and I'm looking forward to doing more. So, yeah. I'll probably, maybe in like, it'll be at least a week of me not doing anything. And then I'll probably get back onto it. Because I've got all this information already prepped. I just practice and optimize the battles. And maybe a little bit extra stuff, but we'll do this attempt again. And yeah, but thanks everyone. I'm super happy. I'm about to screw up the timer quite a bit because again, it is just a capture. So there's my OBS getting in the way. I guess I'm just gonna end the stream off here. You know, that we'll put the closing screen. But thanks everyone. And I'll talk to y'all later. Bye bye.